All right, all right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another 2-5 Thursday night TCH live stream. Aaron's away, so this is Austin here. Commentated a few times, and I'm joined by Shane, who's a friend of mine.
What's going on, everybody? Happy to be here.
We got a good lineup tonight. Got a couple new faces in town, as well as some regs, so it should be a lot of fun. And as always, we're starting out with a little bump pot.
Let's see if we can find some hands here. Looks like we got top and bottom for Mike. We found the 4 with the aces from Tillman. He's going to go ahead and lead out for 50. Ace-ace with the 8 blocker, and the 4 is a pretty solid hand. What are your thoughts on bet sizing in bomb pots? I think that's something that, well, Tillman's going to go ahead and take it down right away. Like I said, ace-ace with the 8 and the 4 is pretty solid.
That's a really good hand.
Yeah.
I would probably pop that one.
What do you think too much about bomb pot size betting? I notice a lot of players, they seem to love just potting. But I find that can often inflate pots in areas that you don't need it to be.
But really complicated, right? Like stack depth, like you said, matters so much, right? And then depends on like the nature of the boards, right? Depends on the nature of your hand, everything, right?
So we're back to the 2-card game here. 2-5 variety. Looks like no straddles to kick it off.
See a lot of regs in the chat. What's going on, Ragnar? How's it going, Captain? Under pairs. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, what a first hand.
Here we go, right away. Jaywin
Right
waking
off
up
the
with
bat.
pocket aces.
Nice to beat Jaywin.
Mike isn't going anywhere with his ace-queen. He's going to call to see a flop.
Here we go. All right.
So we got a Jack 9-5 diamond, and Mike is going to lead right out with the ace of diamonds. If you're in Jaywin's shoes here, I'm thinking a raise is in play without the ace of diamonds. And that's what he's going to do.
Exactly right. And I imagine that's going to get rid of Mike. Oh.
He's going for the backdoor draws here.
Just kidding. Ambitious float.
A blank 2 on the turn.
So we go lead, get, raise, call, and then lead again. And this is a pretty strange line. So Jaywin looks a little bit in the blunder here. Mike's hands for value, right, that he's repping are ahead of aces. So I think a lot of the times Jaywin just gets handcuffed to a call here because the line's so weird. But let's see what he does. I can't imagine he's ever folding.
He goes all in, which I think personally is the play here. It's like what hands, I mean, 5s, pocket 9s, I guess Jack 9 could be in play.
Right.
But do you really take this lead call lead line with those specific combinations? I think not. This screams a lot more to me a drawing hand that wants to set their own price.
Right.
And we can see here, obviously, that Mike has found himself in a difficult spot, and he's going to go ahead and let it go. So good starting hand there for
nicely played by Jaywin.
For Jaywin. It's always nice to pick up the best hand in poker right away.
Everything gets weird, right? When you get let into is the pre-flop 3-better, right? Especially, I mean, I don't know if that's really a board that you want to have too many leads on.
Yeah,
right?
I'll say something about when players lead. Sometimes to a degree I feel like it can knock me off of my game a little bit, where, you know, I feel like I'm in a position where if they check to me, I'm pretty confident in, you know, whether I should be betting or, you know, checking back to an extent. But when players lead into it, it brings this new dynamic that you don't really necessarily face too often.
100%.
And it can even be a little bit tilting to a degree.
It's just confusing.
Yeah, because
right?
it's like, hey, you're supposed to be checking to me here. You know,
Right.
I've shown the aggression in this hand up to this point. What are we looking to accomplish with this?
Right. All right. So we have a new face in town. We got Ideal Gambler here, opening up under the gun. From what we know, he's a TikTok something.
Yeah, he's a TikTok star, from my
Guy?
understanding.
Yeah. So
I took a look at his page before this stream, and it looks
Yeah.
like he is hitting on gambling topics with a range of things.
so go ahead and check him out. And
Give him some support for showing up.
cool to see the new face on stream. This is a pretty good board for sevens.
How going to go ahead and call with the flop in the top pair as well as the backdoor diamond draw.
Tends a gutter, so
I would
see how he plays this one.
I would say from the under the gun open here, you know, this is not a board that's in your best interest. But he's going to go ahead and continue betting forward. I don't see how going anywhere at this point, especially with the two draws out there.
Never folding here, right? Yeah.
So he goes in and calls.
See if 7 can find some help. Nope.
And the 8 is going to pair in the board.
That's going to make Hal feel a lot better about his hand, I imagine.
I think at this point, if 7's bets here, he's effectively turning his hand into a bluff.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, you're not really getting...
And he's only going to go 80. That's not going to get it done. And a snap call by Hal. Turns over the ace-10. I think if he goes huge there...
With that, go ahead, yeah.
I think if he goes huge there, there's a... I mean, maybe he doesn't need to go huge just because, you know, the multiple draws miss.
I actually like that size. I think, like, you can try and target, like, it's really thin, but you're targeting, like, a 5, right? Basically.
Yeah.
5 or pocket 6s or something, but betting huge doesn't really accomplish too much there, right?
Yeah,
Because you
I
get
agree.
worse to fold and better is really never folding, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think, even if you bomb it, I don't know that a 10 is going to fold, right?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. I think, and when I find myself in a spot where I have, you know, a hand that I feel like can be valuable and multiple draws miss and I'm out of position, it seems to be really effective to check it over to my opponent and give them an opportunity to bluff at the board.
yeah.
You know, it's a little hard to think that, you know, a 4 or 5 was calling there, but I definitely think you could get some value by checking your pairs and letting your opponent turn their hand into a bluff.
I think that's right. I'm not sure. I think it's a little different when the board pairs on the end, right? Because they're probably less likely to turn some weird flush draw or whatever into a bluff there. But for sure, I think in general that is a concept that makes a lot of sense. All right, we got Mosquito Josh in the house. Good to see him out.
Always good for the
fun.
action.
That's a interesting flop here. So we got pair and open-ended for Ideal Gambler. We got 2 pair for Josh.
Josh flopping
And
bottom and top.
2 overs, backdoor flush draw for Brax. And he's another new face. Have you played with him before?
No,
Have you seen him around?
I'm not familiar with him.
So we got another new face there in the 1 seat.
And Josh going to come in right away for a raise, which I think is the way to do it multi-way. And he's going to get a call from Ideal with the middle pair and the open-ender.
I'd like to see Josh size up here, and I think that's one thing. I think you could even go bigger here.
Agreed.
There's so many draws, you know, similar to what Ideal Gambler has that you can really charge here.
I mean, you can see it right in the implied odds that, or in the pot odds that Ideal was getting. He was getting 5 to 1, and you consider the implied odds behind when he might make his hand. You know, he's going to be able to earn that back with the 150 and the $300 there.
Okay.
So you want to make sure, you told me this once, is you want to bet to the sizing that you allow your opponent to make a mistake.
Right. I think that's always good advice, right? You want to make it as hard to play against you as possible, right?
And Josh ended up getting counterfeited there on the end with the jack pairing on the river, so it goes check, check, and his 7 holds. So pretty standard so far here to start things off. No major coolers or wild plays.
You have plans for the 4th?
I do have some plans for the 4th. I am headed out to Lake Travis for a barge party.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, should be a good time. Get
There you go.
some friends from the city, and we're gonna hop. I think there's around 50 of us heading out there, so that's always a
Oh,
fun
wow.
time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. So
Be a ton of fun.
definitely. So we got some action here.
Josh is going to 3-bet. Looks like.
So we got a raise to 35 from Brax with the ace-10 off. And then we get a cold call from Hal immediately on his left with the 6-5 of hearts. Josh with the improved hearts bumps it up to 80. Maybe a little bit on the smaller sizing there.
Is that right? Huh. Interesting sizing.
And ideal cold calls with the king, queen of clubs.
It's a good flop for Josh.
Yeah, definitely. And
Oh.
an even better flop
Hal
for
flops
Hal.
straight.
I was actually in a spot, exact holding, exact flop earlier today. 6-5, flop 7, 8, 9. Turn was a jack. Probably the worst card of the deck.
Oh, man.
But
Yeah, and this is a spot for Hal where you just sort of want to pile.
yeah, you definitely need to raise here. Punish your opponent. He's shown strength pre-flop, and he does just that, bumping it up to 350. Josh still with a lot of equity with his specific holding.
Yeah, Josh. Oh,
and he ships it
and
right
Hal's
in.
gonna snap call.
Snap call.
Let's see if they run twice. Wow, what a hand. All right,
So
action start.
we're going to the turn, and he's going to
Oh,
find the
just
jack
gets there
right away.
immediately.
Right away, just finds the jack.
Oh,
It looks
man.
like we're running
Sick
it
game.
twice.
Oh,
6.
gets there
Oh,
again.
goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Josh
Poor
gets it in
Hal.
behind and wins both
Poor
boards.
Hal.
How is reeling.
Wow, that's brutal.
That is tough. There it is. Like I said, 7, 9, 8. Immediate jack on the turn.
Yep.
The 6-5 bottom straight is not what you guys want to have today. Just open fold it.
Yeah, not a good day for 5-6 apparently. Man, that is a brutal hand. Just one of the spots where you get it in his house, dream spot turns into a nightmare, right?
Yeah, and
I mean,
that's I mean,
exactly what you want to happen. Yeah.
That's poker sometimes. We've all been in spots where we feel like, you know, the dream scenario comes up and then our worlds come crushing down on the
Right.
next card. And
Right.
it's all about continuing to try to get in those spots because, you know, over time, you are going to see them fall your way more often than you're not. But
Yeah.
I agree, Ricky. That is a brutal way to go down on both boards, especially.
Yeah. On the turn too. No sweat.
Players checks on live. Oh, sorry, no.
All right, onwards and upwards.
Yep, looks like Howe is gonna keep it rolling here. We gotta
looks
call
like
for
he's
some
gonna-
checks.
Rebuy, and as it goes in Texas, it looks like a couple players are adding on as well. This is normally how these match stack games go, and it creates some really interesting dynamics where we get some really deep stack poker, which presents some really interesting situations. So typically we start out a little slow and it gets more exciting, but this has been a pretty exciting start. What are we, 6 hands in?
Yeah, hopefully
6
this-
hands in.
Hopefully this is a sign of things that we might be seeing
Yeah.
today. You brought up an interesting point about, you know, Texas and deep stack poker, and you know, I first started playing poker in Florida, and it's a little different. You know, the buy-in structure is typically like 100 big blinds, whereas here in Texas you see it, you know, averaging 150 to 200 big blind buy-ins, and then even that component of match the stack. Like, what kinds of things would you say, you know, changes about the game when that's the structure?
I think a lot of stuff becomes less studied for a lot of players, right? And I think just like the value of one pair goes down considerably, right? Because like at 150 bigs, you're happy to stack off with your overs, right? Not so happy to do it 450 bigs, right? And so just like the value of your hands, the hands that you just get to do more too with position, because position matters so much more, right?
Yeah, I
There's
totally
a lot of really
agree.
interesting things happening.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that
Ooh,
component, I know
wow.
we flopped a set of 9s.
Top
in
set
this
of
hand.
9s.
Yep.
Nobody else has anything.
Doesn't look
Got her
like.
for ideal gambler. But
Yeah.
let's see how he plays the 9s.
He's going to go ahead and check them. Multi-way.
Ooh, and it looks like it's going to work out for him as
How's gonna pick
How's
up an ace.
brutal couple hands just seem to continue. As
Yeah, 8 check, 9 check.
So when it's 5 ways with a 9-7-6 board, and you flop such a good hand, this set of 9s, I think that, you know, that's a hand that you want to go ahead and bet, especially when you were the opener.
I would say that's a pretty mandatory bet spot, but
It is going to work out for him in this case, as Hal's going to pick up the ace as he leads for 150 on the turn with a call from Hal. We can see here that he's already dead,
Oh
and
my
Hal
goodness,
gets the
and
third
Hal
ace.
that's just so brutal. It's just so brutal.
Back-to-back hands.
How is Brax gonna play this?
He was opening it with a flush draw and everything.
He's going to go big. That looks like about 500.
9 on the river. And that's what won.
It's about right. Now How's like, well, this is
I mean, Hal can't be feeling amazing about his hand because, you know, Brax checks after opening. That represents and starts betting with the ace on the turn.
really only losing to ace king and ace queen, but like finding a bluff here is really tough, right? He's like, what hand is he starting a bluff with on the turn? Here, right?
Especially when it's still 5 ways on the turn.
Right.
It's really, to a degree, card suicide, and he just puts the call out.
Yeah.
He knows he's dead. He's dead.
You hate that spot, right? But it's like, get put in, it's just a horrible, horrible run out, right? Where you're like, well, I don't really beat that much. And he doesn't have that many bluffs, but also like I'm never gonna have a better hand here. So
Yeah, exactly.
what-
It's like
this is just a spot.
as the
hate.
hand round out, it's like, okay, what other hands am I gonna have here? Like maybe I mean, I guess you could have some ace sevens, ace sixes, but like when you start only calling with boats, you start to run out of hands quickly that you can defend.
Yeah.
So how off
It's
to a
like-
rough start here?
Yeah, the multi-way nature of a lot of the hands here make things really interesting, but it's a spot where it's just like, does he ever have a bluff, right? And because he checked the flop as the pre-flop aggressor, right? It's just like, probably not,
Yeah.
right? Like I can't,
Because he's gonna be bluffing
diamonds are gonna bet,
on the flop.
right? So it's hard to come up with a bluff there, but
And sometimes when I'm multi-way, you know, I'll even check
Was,
my nut diamond draws.
also his
Yeah.
windows and machines. So
But
they push in.
even some of his nut diamond draws were beating the ace jack specifically.
right.
But I think you have to put the call in because he could wake up, you know, with some ace diamonds since those were not accounted for on that specific board.
Specifically from the tower. I have 2 jittery of hands.
So we got a raise from the 4s here out of the low jack. Chris, I don't think we've seen a hand from him yet. Mike is going to go ahead and call with the king-queen suited in position.
All seems
Still
reasonable.
on live.
Oh man, we're just pitching coolers today, huh?
And Chris is going to check his 4s.
He's in Hawaii.
I played with Chris a bit before the stream. This is his 2nd week back to back.
This is a pretty interesting line from Chris. I'm not sure, like, I'm not really sure if you should have really any check raises here, right? King 7-4 no suit is going to be a board that just favors the opener so much more, but. And you're going to check call, which I can't say that I really love that much, but.
So he's going to raise the turn. After the jack of spades comes,
And
Mike just rips it all in,
Yeah,
and he's going to get the
he's
bad
dead.
news that
Just
he's
dead.
dead.
this is the beauty of bottom set, right? Unblocked top pair. And just another cooler, pretty much.
So
right?
we're seeing action fast and heavy early on. This is our 8th hand, right?
Right, and the money is flying so
And
far.
it's our 3rd pot in a row of over 1,500, I think.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
1,000 in value. So if this trend continues, we could see some serious stacks by the end of the evening. Let's hope so, at least.
Yeah, for sure.
Players check.
20 degrees. Cattsville. Where's Cattsville, Hugh?
That's got to be 20 degrees Celsius. I can't imagine there's
No.
anybody. Well,
-7 Celsius, 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
maybe it's in a different hemisphere. I just can't.
Gotta be
I
somewhere.
couldn't
Yeah.
imagine that there's anywhere that's 20 degrees currently.
Seems impossible right now.
Exactly.
It's
right
hard.
there, Antarctica.
Alright, I guess we only played 9 hands, so not too much to be found from the stats. All right. Looks like the straddle is on occasionally, not on this hand.
Oh, sorry, one.
A lot of times that's something we see as the game continues to progress.
Right.
We can see here that Josh has moved into his final form of chip stacking.
You can't.
Well known for his elaborate designs that he can bring to the table.
He's
See if who?
He's got to bring the same energy of his
Okay.
game along with the t-shirts he tends to rock. I'm not sure if you got a chance to take a look at him before, but that's a pocket aces button down.
oh, there you go.
So I know he's definitely not limited on his poker attire
You can raise
from
it.
what I've seen. So we got a raise to 15 here. That's a little bit, I'd say, on the smaller side than these games tend to open for. A call from Josh just to his left. Ideal Gambler is going to come along with the ace-4.
Joey
See,
gonna
this
come
is a
along
hand
with
that I think a player like Jaywin can benefit from when it comes to the position, and you consider the deep stacks of this game.
Yeah, this is just a spot that Joey's going to print in, but he's going to get
Sorry, 9 raised, 1
squeezed by pocket 7.
I think with the
Which-
small opening size and a number of people showing weakness,
I'm not a huge fan of 7s, though, right? It's just like, it doesn't really play well post-flop, and people don't really like to fold, right? And so, like, what flops that don't have a 7 on them are you fist pumping, right? Like, almost none.
well, you're fist pumping a 7.
Right, but you can, yeah.
So he gets a heads up here.
I also think if you, like, if you're constructing correctly and you're 3-betting 7s, then you're just 3-betting too much in that spot. But, I mean, I like, it's good to be aggressive, right? But it's a hand that plays so nicely to just call there. Especially given, like, all the odds you're getting are just astronomical there, but
We see a
not a big deal either way.
10 high board here, and Mike is going to go ahead and bet out. I think this is a, we talked about we're not loving a lot of flops, but I think this is one that, you know, we're pretty content with here.
Right.
And Howe going to call here, which I think makes sense considering there's a lot of turns here that can change this board a lot that he can take advantage of.
Right.
And he is going to turn a gutter. I think this is going to slow Mike down.
Yeah, I'd like to see how bet here.
Yeah, certainly. He can take advantage of that shown weakness. He checks it back.
8 diamonds on the river.
I think that's just a spot when when the aggressor checks to you and you're in position, you can just really bet.
He's just not going to have very many strong hands,
Sizable
right?
on
Yeah,
the turn.
he's just
and
going to have so few strong hands
send
there,
it
right?
on the river, and it's just going to be impossible for him to call
Yeah.
with almost anything.
And so, like, this is my problem with 3-betting the 7s, right? Especially out of position, it's just like, it's so hard to play, right? And like, if you like, barreling the turn seems bad, right? But not barreling the turn also seems bad. It's like, when you're in a spot when it's like, you get further down, like, you know, on so many turns, you're just going to be in this spot where you're like, I don't know what to do, right?
Yeah, and when you start barreling the turn, you're turning your 7s into a bluff,
Right.
undeniably, and that's a bluff that can't improve.
It's like not going to feel that good. You have 0 relevant blockers, right? Like, it's just not going to be super fun there, right? I mean, I think it's like 7s is a hand that I would prefer squeezing a lot more, like, in position at least, right? Make it a little easier on yourself.
I think he was trying to capture the shown weakness of the multiple callers and
For sure.
small open there.
No, for sure. It's just not the combo to do it with.
8 folds. 9 folds.
So it looks like we got to answer that Cattsville is the South Island of New Zealand.
Oh,
So shout out to Hugh from
Wow.
Cattsville tuning in all the way from
New Zealand.
the other side of the world. That's awesome.
Yeah. That is on my bucket list of places to go. The golf there is unreal.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah, gotta make my way down there at some point.
I don't know too much about Australian or New Zealand golf personally, but I can't imagine, or I imagine that they've got some sweet coastline courses
Oh, yeah.
over there.
Oh yeah.
I can only imagine that it would be a great time. So it looked like we had the 20 on, so that's a good sign.
All right, there we go.
It does look like it
Is that draw?
Florida
might have got
Live.
folded through. It looked like it was Chris.
Okay,
in
awesome.
The 4 seed.
There we go.
But he's got the 10 on, so we'll probably be counting on him to boost things up here a bit.
$5. I know. Live 10.
All right.
5 short.
So do you have a favorite golf course that you've played here in the States?
I got to play PGA National in Florida, where
Oh,
they
yeah?
play the Honda.
Okay.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah. That's the one with the green. They got the water all on the right side, and they tuck the pin into the...
It's like it has the it's called the bear trap. So like 15, 16, 17 are like 3 of the hardest holes that they play on tour. And so when we played, it was like we played a tee up, and it was still so ridiculous. Like there was wind. It's like if you miss at all, you're in the water. And it was awesome to see. And then I got to watch some of the tournament after playing, and it was like, wow, these guys are really good.
So did you
that was
play
cool.
right before the tournament?
Yeah, a couple, like maybe a week before. So that was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that's an awesome opportunity.
All right, back to the poker. Ace King for Mike B here. On a, oh, just kidding. Looks like the flop might have misread there, so it looks like it's Jack 7-7. So we got trips for Mike L, and it doesn't look like much for anybody else.
Yeah, it definitely looks like we're having some card reader issues because Josh is in the hand and Chris is not.
Oh, that's cool. Chris King says he was the caddy master at PGA National. That's awesome.
No.
Course is dope. I could not agree more.
And then C6 call. 7.
So we're catching up on the action here. We can see that Mike has made a bet of 75 and Josh has called.
1 folded. 2 folded.
Oh, there's 2 Mikes. This is where I'm getting
No, it absolutely is.
5.
where I'm getting tripped up.
Absolutely is,
Right.
I don't even know how to remember all this.
So New York Mike, as I like to
My God, that was
think of him as.
Poker player right here.
For those in the Boston area, know him well.
Checked on the flop.
Oh, they both flop trips, huh?
Spades.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right. So we got
Okay.
another cooler.
This is going to be another.
Yeah. 3 check.
And this is such a gross spot because, like, you know, when you flop the low trips, you're fist bumping because really other players shouldn't really have like a 7, too many 7s, right? So 5 on the turn. Ace 7 still ahead.
5 bet 150.
What happened to his drink?
This seems like a good
Florida
size one. Could
Live.
maybe bet a little bit bigger.
Told me they were bringing it out. After
Yeah, especially with the heart coming in.
I mean,
You know,
forget
hands
about
like,
the
you want to charge hands like 10-9, 9-8, top pair jacks. These are hands that aren't folding.
Oh, he ships
Josh
it.
gonna go ahead
Uh-oh.
and rip it, and Mike happy to get it in there.
Uh-oh.
Josh is drawing to
Really slim.
3 outs for the win, just 1 out for the chop,
bucket has
Not
been
gonna come.
requested.
and they're gonna run it once.
And Mike's going to get a nice little dough up there, and that is just a cooler, folks.
not put you at a 7 there when I had the other one. I'm like, oh, he's got
And that's exactly what we just said, right? I don't know if you guys could hear it in the audio, but Josh said didn't put you on a 7, so that's a spot where for Josh he's fist bumping, trying to get it in against over pairs or ace jack or whatever it might
Any
be,
ace
right?
jack,
Anything, yeah.
king jack.
60.
Those
And
are
it
hands
just-
that are likely gonna, you know, think about calling, especially with the next draw coming in. Like, think about it, you know, a hand like 9-8 there turns to 5. Now they're suddenly open-ended. One of the flop is a gutter. They can apply pressure in a spot like that. But unfortunately, he runs up against another 7. In this case, it's
Thank you. These guys are
the
like
best 7
mind
there
blowing.
is.
Right.
Players.
What a start.
I have like
All right, let's just have a look at the stacks.
Yeah, so we have the ability
I
to
swear.
show
there
you
are people in
guys
the
whatever you're
world
interested in
like as the
seeing.
killer change goes around the room, he'll move
We can see here that we've got multiple members nearly at the 4K mark. I imagine Jay Wynn's going to be joining them shortly. And we're getting into that deep stack, big blind poker that you talked about, so we might be able to benefit from getting a chance to see the effect of that tonight.
Yeah, it seems like money is flying, folks. So we're at some ridiculous amount of big blinds already, right? So.
any better because they're just kind of pitching out like most live stream cards do, you know?
Jim K says poker is enough self-torture. I do not need to add golf to the mix. Understandable. You're talking to two guys here that like to enjoy both of those sports, so we can understand and appreciate the mental challenge that comes with them.
9 fold, 1 fold.
100%. All right, back to the action here. Looks like. Duh.
Uh-oh.
And we're back.
5 players.
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
We're
That
back.
was strange. All right, we're back, folks. Little.
Good thing. We might be missing another big cooler here.
Yeah,
If we're out
looks
for a
like
minute.
we got a million people in this hand.
What
We got
flop
a million
for
holdings.
Queen Jack suited.
Wow, open-ended straight flush draw with top pair. That's pretty good.
How again?
How again? Just well.
Well, he's got the
He's
best
ahead.
of it right now.
He's gonna have to fade a lot.
Pretty much half the deck.
Right. Good thing for him. A lot of the kings look like they're dead, so fewer out slightly, but still, this is not super fun. And oh
right
my
away,
goodness,
a
and he hits
king.
two pair
And he
too.
hits two pair
Oh,
for the
how?
straight
Oh
flush.
man.
Ideal gambler, run better. He's gonna check it over to his
And
opponent.
how's gonna track?
How's gonna
Yeah.
check it back.
So this is a good lesson in why playing out of position is so difficult, right? Because like when you get there here, how is ideal gambler gonna get money to this pot, right? Because like he just has everything. Like his opponent just has almost 0 hands that can check raise there. So for him, it's like you have to bet, right? And he's just gonna get a snap call. He's gonna show the straight flush.
King
And
high
how
straight flush on the stream.
and how is like, can I run any worse?
And he does a celebratory fist bump into the camera.
Yeah.
Maybe some of that TikTok run good we're seeing here.
Thank you so much.
Oh man, poor Hal.
Have you
Getting steamrolled.
have you ever had a straight flush?
I have. That's the only high hand I've ever won, but I flopped one. That was cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've had 2 straight flushes. I had one to the king, which was
Oh wow, that's cool.
which was fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit like if you got it to the king, like why can't you just get it to the ace to a degree?
Yeah.
And then a couple of months ago, I actually turned a straight flush, 10-9 suited. And they were running the straight flush promotion here.
Oh nice.
So
There you go.
nice little bonus there on top of it. If you
Yeah.
guys live in the Austin area, come on down to TCH. They're always running.
They have a lot of good promos that go on here.
Some
I
solid
think
promos.
right now it's 25% off on Mondays and Tuesdays. So $9, which as far as I know is the cheapest that you can play poker in Austin on Monday and Tuesday. So Tillman here, gonna wake up with the aces. And we have seen some big hands so far, huh? Every hand seems like somebody has the premium.
It's going to fold all the way down around
And-
to ideal. Yep, makes sense. You can
and-
defend with the suited ace. See a couple of hearts on this flop. There's one.
All right. Gonna check.
Tillman's going to go big here.
And Tillman's stack is really up in Ideal Gambler's business over there. So.
I always find that
I
so
like that,
frustrating
yeah.
when my opponent puts their stack on their, on
Yeah,
their
just
side. It's
direct.
like,
You're gonna fold, and Tillman's gonna take it down with aces. Nice hand from Mike.
Thank you.
Another reg here at TCH. Always fun to play with.
5-10.
really nice guy.
Good guy.
Really
Yeah.
nice guy. Obviously has his own physical therapy center by his branded shirts.
He does.
So maybe if you ever have an injury, go check out Tillman Physical Therapy.
Yeah.
He can get you on the mend.
Oh,
And he's going to continue with the run good and go ahead and straddle. I always tell people, straddler is always rewarded. So if you're trying to
good
decide,
for the game,
if you're
folks.
always
It's just
trying to
good for the
decide
game.
if you should straddle, the answer is yes. Yes.
Having a family is more important.
Makes everything more fun.
Yeah, I think
Especially, yeah.
3-blind game is just significantly better
Right.
than 2-blind.
I mean, these stacks are sort of ridiculous for 2-5, right? So, I mean, it's like 800 big blinds deep, right? So, I mean, it's gonna just end up playing like 2-5-10 anyways. So you might as well just throw that straddle on. And another, we see another hand with a bunch of premiums here. So
So it looks like Howe opens up the king-queen suited, gets immediately 3-bet by Josh with the ace-queen.
ideal gambler flats, and then how calls?
We've been married for 4 years. Why you gotta ask me a question like that? I think 4 years.
And he's going to flop the best
Up
of it
there.
I want kids now.
Today is my 10-year anniversary.
with his 10.
Pretty much since
Howe is sitting on a gutter with
said I
no
do.
diamonds on the board. I bet he wishes this were a red flop. Josh with 2 overs and a backdoor nut flush draw.
Man, this question's so tough, man. Like, it's too many fucking days to remember. I went to the HB pharmacy right before this. Like, I was just
Get
like,
an
one day,
open
I'm like,
fold from
You're
Howe.
supposed to know
And
that.
that feels like it's
Okay, I think
Okay,
it
yeah.
looks like
Josh must have
Ideal
bet.
let out. with his
Oh, did he?
10.
Okay, yeah. And Josh is gonna go and make a call. That makes sense.
My brother got married on
Ooh, interesting card there. Josh picks up a nut flush draw with his 2
so it's
overs.
like, yep,
Um,
can't forget your anniversary because it's the same
and Ideal's gonna check, and this is probably green light for Josh to start betting if he'd like. He's gonna take his turn on. That
I don't
seems
mind
fine
this
too.
check back. Yeah.
Both seem fine.
Keep the pot manageable.
Ooh, interesting card.
100%
So-
he got to enjoy it immensely. Yeah, oh yeah.
So here's a spot where I'd really like to see Josh come in for a raise, because what hands is Ideal Gambler really representing here for value, right? Like, it's just a line that sort of screams something not that great, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And this is something that Josh is really good at. He pounces on any sort of weakness, right? And so this line from Ideal Gambler is repping something, you know, pretty strong, and he just doesn't have that many strong hands, right? Like, Queen Jack, if it's going to lead on the flop, is going to keep betting the turn, I imagine, right? Any flush is going to keep betting the turn if you're leading a flush draw. So it's like, what does he really have here? He's going to get it through.
And on top of that, Josh has got a couple of things going for him in the ace of spades as well as the
Oh yeah, he has a great
clubs.
combo to bluff with for sure.
So
So nicely played from Josh.
He started to think about, you know, what could his opponent have here that he could call with, maybe something like King 10.
Right.
And, you know, that's just speculating. You know, we saw that he had the Jack 10, but I think that was a great spot for him to pull the trigger, and we can see that, you know, he's rewarded for his work. So,
Right.
nice play there from
The
Josh.
biggest love-hate
Might
relationship
have to
you'll
get
ever have
myself
in
one
your
of
life.
those.
Captain Underpair says, "How do I live without you?" Which I see there's a little how joke running in the chat, which oh, look, that's good. How long has this been going on? Oh man, tough day for House so far,
There we go.
for sure.
I'm full.
So
All right.
Straddle's back on here.
Two full.
Josh going to go ahead and open up the King Jack off. I think
Mikey,
from
you want it in your hand?
the hijack, that's a fair play.
Probably 8.
I think that's a hand that early on I just choose to toss,
At the rate
especially when
I've
you're
seen
going to be
these play
primarily
lately,
out
always
of position playing with it.
especially
It's
if
just so
ace
tough
is
to
king,
realize value when you
can't
do make
guarantee that
hands
they're
with
going
it,
down.
and you get put in such bad spots when,
Right.
when you flop a middling, you know, king or
That's a perfect flop.
even jack sometimes.
Right.
8 check.
So pretty good flop for Tillman.
Got that 4-5 suited.
Checks around. Let's see. A meaningless 10 on the turn.
Jalen picks up a gutter.
7 check.
Tillman jacks.
I think this is a spot Jaywin might start betting.
8
Yep.
50.
Nobody's shown any interest in this pot right here, so he turns some equity, blocks the 9-8,
Right.
blocks hands like 8-7,
Josh is, yeah.
10-8.
7. Heads up.
After under-repping his 7, Tillman will call, and he's going to
Ooh.
with another
That's
7
it.
on the end.
So
7 check.
That's just against him.
I could see Jaywin just checking this back here and thinking this ace high might be good.
give up here, yeah. I think he has, especially against Tillman when he gets called on the turn. Be interesting to see what he does here. I wonder like what sizes he thinks about using. But yeah, check seems very
I
reasonable
think
there.
that's a good play, especially like you said. It's so hard to bluff board pair rivers.
Yeah, right.
I mean, like the only hand there that you know Tillman. I guess you could be targeting a 6 to get him to bluff or get him to fold.
Right. 6 might call.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like when you have to go like way down into the opponent, like you're not even you're targeting like the very bottom of somebody's range to get the fold, and at that point you might as well just take your
Check it
shut
back,
out because
there's
ace
probably-
high might be all right.
Yeah, ace
some
high
of the time there.
might play there.
Yeah.
3 days, and on the second and
I
third,
think
it's mostly, like,
if you're a little bit
stuff.
lower in your own personal range there,
there's a meetup
you're sitting
game
there
out
with
there,
9 high. You definitely consider the bluff. 'Cause you know you're not going to win with 9
I'm
high,
so
but
exhausted.
Right.
there's a chance the ace is good. I think check back is good.
Yeah, in the single raise pots too, when the ranges are like less defined, right? It's kind of just like, all right, doesn't really just move on to the next one.
Kid is coming along, so I'm not sure how I feel about that.
So Brack's going to open the 5s from under the gun 1 here. It's going to fold around to straddle. We got jack 2.
There's a lot more
I don't
now
think,
to do. I mean, take the kid to Treasure Island.
All right, let's have a look at
See all the
the
sites
earnings.
associated with it, and there's plenty of shows like that are directed at kids now too. Like
Right.
earlier on in the day.
Chris leading the way.
No surprise here how with the tough start.
How has been just getting steamrolled, but hopefully he can turn it around.
Some of our best friends too.
Definitely not a fault of his play.
Daughter.
Right,
Sometimes
let's
the
put
board
into
just
some
doesn't run out in your favor.
very gross spots so far. And while we're here, let's have a look at the VPIP as well. Small sample
Other than
size
that, we
so
got
far,
like
but
we listed our favorite restaurants.
everybody hopping in there.
Oh, there you go.
Book reservations.
Ideal gambler really sticking true to his name.
Sticking to his true to his name.
Love
I
to
hope
see
I
it.
hope
Love
he
to
can
see it.
stay
Yeah, let's see if
similar.
we can keep that up.
Next year, I'd love to.
So a lot of middle or low pocket pairs here for our under the gun friends. Looks like Josh is +2. He's gonna open up the
Today,
4s
12 weeks.
to 30.
So almost 3 months.
And both of his outs are dead.
He's
But
starting to bench press the
Max gonna call with the suited
Jay was getting ready.
5. He's gonna see a spade in the window, but he can't find a buddy to pair it with.
and Josh is going to continue barreling. This is a flop that hits his range a lot more. Interesting continue, I would say.
He's hoping to look for a spade, an 8.
All right. Interesting player. So that's a really bad card for Josh.
Soccer, you can get started at 2. I don't know.
Right, he's just going to have almost no time. He's going to win if he
Oh, you're right.
gets Jim. And
I think Brax.
Brax
This is one of those
here.
spots you got the 9 high.
you're sort of like, how did I get here? But you're also kind of like, well, it feels like I have to bluff now, right? Like, I didn't play 9-4 to get here to just take my showdown, right? Let's see let's see what happens here. And Josh is not one to fold, especially when the line doesn't make too much sense. But he's gonna lay it down.
Even with the small bet there in the end, it's just like,
Yeah. Oh, I guess he credibly reps diamonds though, so that seems very, very possible. Doesn't shows the 9-4.
Brax shows the 9-4. I like it.
And you can see Jaywin over there in the corner just taking notes. Interesting. He is. Oh, interesting. Nice hand from Brax there. That's something that I think I struggle with a lot. Like just staying disciplined. Like it's just so fun to like run these nonsense these nonsense hands that like.
Yeah.
I think I do a little too much of that, but
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
we're
you
just
start-
here to have fun,
You
right?
start
So
to just construct these ideas in your hand. It's like, oh, there's no chance they can call with, you know,
yeah, you're here like it's like, oh yeah, he has like no flushes here, and you shove, and it's like, oh, he has a nut, gets snap called by the nut flush, and you're like, shucks.
So Josh waking up
Just
with a premium here,
Gonna bounce right back with kings.
right under the gun +1.
I'll go ahead and open it up.
So one thing you might notice here is, he opened the 4s to 30, but he goes 40 with the kings. Tend to, want to keep
little
your
bit
bet
of a-
sizes the same,
Right.
depending on the holding. I think a 4x opening is pretty solid here. And his worst nightmare is coming to premonition here, as he's looking like he's going to go 4 ways or so. 3 ways out of position. Up against King Jack suited and premium cracking hand and 7-6 of clubs,
And there's that pesky little ace.
along with 2 clubs. So everybody's got
Wow.
a piece here. You got Josh with effective second pair in the lead currently. Tillman with a gutter. Jalen with the 7-6
And
clubs.
this is just like a
Hope that they, you know,
pretty good spot for Jalen to bet, I would think. But I guess he's not going to.
And Tillman drills
drills
the
it.
gutter.
And Josh picks up a gutter now too, right? So let's see. And after it checks around, Josh is gonna think, oh, maybe my kings are good here, right?
I was gonna say Tillman is coming in for a raise here.
And now Jalen, I imagine, is going to get out of here.
And this is good from Tillman's perspective for multiple reasons because one, Josh already showed weakness on the flop. He actually has a strong hand here, obviously, but there's so many combinations that he can be doing with this with, and that's why he's going to get the call here from Josh.
Heads up. 3 check.
I imagine this will go check, bet, fold.
Yeah.
350.
Tillman with 350.
With the most value sizing I've ever seen in my life.
No polarizing in
And
that bet, that's for sure.
Josh has played with Tillman enough here, I think, to know that not really loving this spot. I mean, he really doesn't want to have the king of clubs here. It's a very bad card to have in his hand, right? So I think he has not such a great combo here to call with. Thinking about it, though.
I almost wish we could have seen the club. Oh, he's going to call.
Oh, he's
off.
gonna
He's
call.
gonna pay it off.
Really interesting.
So kings are headed to the muck.
3 called and Mike has problem.
There's what he's thinking. He's thinking, how can you have this straight? But
Sometimes
I mean,
they just
I
have
don't know if yeah. I guess he decided that Tillman isn't the type to be, or like maybe he decided that like he's not betting like 2 pairs for value there, and so then he doesn't have too many straights, right? But it might be a spot where like Tillman could have 3s, right?
I think Tillman had almost.
Queen 10, 10s maybe. Probably not 10. Well, maybe 10s, right?
Yeah, definitely tens. I don't see too many 3 bets
Yeah.
under the gun. You know, 3 betting the under the gun open to
Right.
4E.
And then it's just like not too many bluffs, especially when you hold the king clubs, right? That would be like a card that you'd really want Tillman to be bluffing with, right? And so
That's why I was hoping for a club on the river. Just
see if you, yeah.
see if he could turn that into a bluff.
Right. That's like one of the like high level plays that you like see on like like PokerGo, right?
Yeah.
And then you try it in the 1-2 or the 2-5 game here, or the 1-2 game here, and
You just
like
get snapped.
you just
by
like
third
the other guy just like tanks, and then calls you with like Jack 10, and you're like, what? Or like calls you with 2 pairs or something, or like something just so ridiculous, and you're like,
Sometimes we have to remember that
You're
bluffs
like-
are also player dependent.
Right.
I know a few weeks back on the stream I
Wow.
saw a player.
Mike B flops the
9 bet 30.
flops flush.
Hard to flop a flush. That's what Josh is thinking here.
Josh has a gutter.
Search for his gutter. Board pairs here. I think Mike should continue betting.
When I started noticing that my
So it looks like he
mornings
opened this. Josh
9
called.
bet
and I started wanting to drink
This is a button versus
Oh,
blue.
that's what
Yeah, and Josh is gonna go ahead and lay it down. He's like, I hate this game.
So I think that's the first hand we saw from Mike. He scoops the pot.
And wake up.
Yeah.
Exactly. We might
Win on the board.
Sneaky little 10 dudes.
Nothing like starting your session and just losing 6 or 7 hands in a
Yeah,
row.
that's
It's
always
like
fun,
You're
right?
not feeling anything coming back your way. It's like maybe I should have just got a couple of beers with my friends tonight or something.
Yeah. The I hadn't played in a couple of months, and I came in on Sunday. And my like 3rd hand, I get queens. I'm like, let's go. 3 bet, get 4 bet shoved on. I'm like, oh boy, right?
Welcome back.
Yeah. So rip it in, obviously, right? We're up against the 9-7 off.
Oh yeah,
Right,
the dream.
so we're loving it, and the flop comes 7-7 deuce, and
Oh,
then we
yeah.
go from loving it to hating
Love
it.
it, they
Right?
hate it.
So it's like, welcome back. Poker's fun. All right, back to the poker going on here, though.
Speaking of queens,
Spoken into existence. Ideal gambler. Not finding too much resistance so far. Nobody seems to have much here.
And
But
this is going to be a call from the 10-6.
yeah, gets to defend.
This
from
is the
10-6.
ultimate hand of the straddle where you're just hoping to flop
Yeah.
the 10-6 and you never see it coming.
Yeah.
Probably gotta give it like 10 minutes.
A couple of
Ooh.
hearts and or a heart and a 6.
Top pair. Ideal gambler gonna go ahead and bet.
6 bet 50.
It's a good size.
Yeah, 2/3 pot there. Call
Top
from
pair.
Chris.
Boom. Let's see a heart. Ooh, got diamonds.
This shouldn't concern Chris too much. I think he should
Nope.
size up here, especially with the diamond coming in
Still
on the
betting.
turn. And you want to charge things like those pocket pairs that are lower than yours, pairs plus straight draws, now pairs plus flush draws. I think even when you get raised here, this is a hand you can continue
Yeah,
with.
you're not fist pumping, but I think you're definitely not folding. But yeah,
He's going to get this one through.
that's gonna happen a lot, I think, right? But definitely a spot where you just have to keep betting.
Yeah, especially like on a 3, 5, 6 jack board when you're the pre-flop opener. You really only have one.
Tell me, don't worry, next time I'll have it.
That
That bluff, I swear
Yeah.
I will,
Well,
pretty
yeah,
much
yeah.
be like me flashing.
And
I
your
will
opponent,
brag about it. I'm an hat.
they can put a lot of pressure on you
It wasn't a bluff.
with your,
I had
strong
top pair on
holdings.
the
Right.
It puts you in a tough spot. That's what this game is all about.
I had you on the turn as well.
Making people,
Like, even
making
if you
people
had
get
it.
inside the blender.
Yeah.
Is there a better feeling?
Yeah, yeah.
Turns are hard, and I'm 100%
Start curbing your appetite. Yeah.
So it looks like we got some gambling going on in the chat.
That's why
For those who
turn
don't
comes
know,
in hard, I'm calling.
are available to win some
And then two
Earn
hearts.
some loyalty points,
win some
folks. Get in there.
TCHLIVE loyalty
Gamble it up.
points.
Have some fun. Watch some poker.
which I have seen some people with an astronomical amount.
Some people have a lot. Yeah.
Don't worry, I had a
And
four
to
in my
those
hand.
people,
There wasn't any quads coming on that.
I applaud you for your dedication to
Yeah.
the gamble. So we are nearly reaching the bottom of our first hour here.
Do you
We're
have to
through 20 hands. I feel like we've seen about
Pocket here.
5 or 6 all-ins already.
Yeah, it's been exciting so far, for sure.
You can rabbit it.
Let's see, let's throw up a little graph.
Let's take a look at the stacks and then start this next hand.
On 2-5
All right.
for the quads promo.
Brax out here doing pretty well. All right, let's get to the next hand.
I'm surprised Josh is not.
7 raised to 30.
That hand against Tillman.
It's true.
Pretty good.
Raised 100.
And Joan gonna go at through with the ace-10 suited.
Strong play with the ace-10 suited. 3-betting Tillman's +1.
Oh, and
open.
Brax wakes up with the kings.
And he's going to smooth call.
Oh, man, I don't love that.
I almost, yeah, because now you're inviting Tillman into the pot.
Right.
You definitely, that's a hand that you want to raise it up again and preferably take it heads up in position.
Good flop for kings.
But he's under-repped his hand at this point. I think this is a flop that I would have expected Jalen to bet this. There's a lot of cards that are good for him. Any Broadway card, ace, spade, these are hands that he can continue barreling on. But
I think heads up for sure. I think multi-way it gets a little more
a little more dicey.
weird, right? To me, in Jaywin's seat, Brax's call sort of sets off alarm bells, right? You've been playing pretty seemingly reasonable, right? So it's kind of scary, right? You're like, Definitely comprised of a lot of pairs, right? So like definitely could have jack, sixes, and fives, right? And then I don't know, not too much else. Like bunch of suited hands probably, right?
Yeah,
Suited broadways.
the cold call 3-bet is one of the most like interesting ranges to like think about. And like, what is your opponent going to be
Lifetime.
doing that with?
Yeah.
Especially when it's the +1, +2, 3-bet than just cold call.
Right. I mean, it's usually very player dependent, right? Like,
Yeah, certainly. There's
Yeah.
some players that will do that with a lot more regularity. And you
right.
can confidently kind of bet against that certain range. But when it's someone that you're not familiar with, I think that the caution that you're suggesting can be a valuable strategy.
Jim, we're gonna open up the ace jack off. Hal gonna go and come in. Ace jack off, similar to king jack off, where it's pretty tricky to navigate some of the time, right?
Especially from the +1 position.
Right.
It's like,
4 players.
but he's gonna get it up against 3 inferior hands, so that's a good start for J1. But he's going to go ahead and whiff this flop. As
King
does
4 in the lead.
Chris making the speculative king 4 suited call on the button and getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, and once Joan checks, I think he has a nice spot to bet here for a little bit of like protection, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Value / protection bet here. Right, like,
I think Dillman's going to peel here with the ace of diamonds.
7 calls.
yeah,
Let's
it's
make the
pretty
call.
small size, right? 55 into like 200
Yep.
somewhere, so. Or a little less than 200. But yeah, seems reasonable enough. I mean,
2 overs.
yeah, you're not so worried about getting squeezed behind, right? Because Joan already checked as the aggressor, so.
He's going to find no help in the form of the 8 of clubs on the turn.
Interesting to see if Chris decides to keep betting here. Spot where I think you could definitely just take your showdown too.
Agreed. I like the check back from Chris there. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
you're behind a 9 and he's not going to fold a 9.
Right.
This gives
And then you're not getting value. Like, it's really hard to get value.
check, check.
4 showdown.
Pretty well played there from Chris.
Seems super reasonable. Yeah.
Always nice to win maybe what somewhat of a suspect hand when you decide to get in there, but it's a little tough to turn it over sometimes.
Oh, really? That's my favorite thing. You just flip over like the queen 3, and it's like, all right, the sneaky 2 pair that no one ever sees.
Yeah, yeah.
Yellow double board.
Let's see some aggression frequencies here. What are we
All right, let's
trading
have a
here?
look.
If I had a prediction, I would say,
Yeah, it wasn't very exciting. It
okay,
really missed.
Mike. All right, yeah, Mike L is slip 5, right?
Everybody else holds
pretty
it.
sure.
It's like, all right,
Yep.
big bomb pot.
And I think that one's trending pretty strongly for him from the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah. J-Win surprisingly down towards the bottom of that. That's something I expect to see rise as the
Yep.
night continues
I think
on.
that's 100% right.
One of the most aggressive players I think I've played against on a somewhat regular basis, or I see with some
Yep.
familiarity.
He's the end boss, man. Jalen is the end boss. He's like
7.
too good.
For those of you guys watching, J-Win recently launched his poker YouTube channel. Have you had a chance to check it out?
I've watched most of them now. They're good. They're really good.
I watched the first couple episodes. I liked his analysis that he had on the hands. His audio could have used a little bit of work.
It got a lot better.
on the first
Yeah.
one I watched. So
Yeah, it got a lot better.
I'll have to tune back in, but we're all cheering for him as he continues to represent Texas and TCH specifically.
Someone's gonna go ahead and flop the best of it.
6.
I imagine Brax must have opened this. Just decided to go ahead and see that the King 9. Probably would put that one in my check range, multi-way.
And like a reasonable
No
hand to give up.
backdoors.
Yep.
Yeah, he does turn a jack here, though. So he picks up some equity in the form of a gutter.
But of course, the time that you don't leave it, okay, there's 50 people in there.
This is another one of those spots. It's like, if I bet here, what am I hoping my opponent to fold?
Yeah, it's like, what do you call the flop with,
Yeah.
right? Like, it just,
Especially
Yeah.
and that's the problem with running bluffs multi-way, because they're not going to appeal with speculative hands like.
right. Well, especially on the paired boards, right? On the non-dynamic boards, right? It's like, what does he have that's calling the flop, right? There's like going to be a lot of Queen X and 7X, and you're like, never going to fold that. You're never going to get that to fold, right? It's like, yeah, I agree. Multi-way, it's just like, you want to, I feel like you're better suited to do it on boards that are going to change, right? And this is just not really one that's going to change that much.
Especially in this market. Like, there's people lined up with 5 more, dude. 5 more.
Alright.
Looks like we're having some run bad on the Gamble Labs on the Austin stream.
Ragnar just out here crushing it.
Looks
How's
like
it
we got
going,
Dante
Dante?
in the chat. TCH legend. Dante, I saw a guy in here earlier that I had to do a double take, thought it was you with a similar beard. I'm pretty sure he's out in Hawaii.
I think I saw that too. Yeah.
So,
So
hope
let
you're-
us, if you hear this, let us know how Hawaii's treating you. Hopefully well.
We might be doing a bomb pot here. Yep, looks like we are. $10 PLO bomb pot. We've got Tillman flopping a gutter to the straight flush draw.
3 check, 4 check, 5 check,
The cards just go so fast.
6 bet, 55.
Nobody has
Ideal gambler gonna go ahead
much.
and bet. Tillman calling with a straight flush draw.
I see no kings.
8 fold, 5 folds,
Seen a couple of queens get out of the way here.
3 folds,
Ace 5. Not much
Oh,
going
there is a
here.
king. Yeah, Chris has a king.
Okay.
3 folds.
Chris with the king, he's looking to find a buddy with his king.
Interesting card. Always interesting when the
When the bottom card pairs. And that's actually ideal for the king, because
4 check.
now there's only one combination of tens left.
right. I told Gambler picks up a pretty interesting hand here, but he's dominated by Chris's. Oh, they both pick up flush draws. Wow, that's a pretty interesting turn on the bottom.
6 check.
So Tillman's still searching for the jack of clubs, doesn't find
Ooh,
it.
Ideal Gambler gets there. I
A
think.
6
Right?
on the bottom.
Yeah, king 6.
Yes, he fills up. He finds a
Oh,
partner.
and 6-7. Oh, wow, he got a great hand.
4 bet, 150.
So this is a spot where I'd like to see him just repot, rip it, right? Push the opponent off of.
Yeah, you want to push your opponent off the hand on the bottom,
Yeah.
especially considering you block 7s and 6s.
Just have a really good hand here, right? Like you're so rarely getting scooped,
He
right?
only makes
Sometimes.
it 325.
Wow,
And he's
value.
gonna get paid.
He's gonna get value.
He's gonna
Yeah,
scoop it.
nice hand for Ideal Gambler.
Kings, full,
Early run good for the
I'm not
TikTok star.
bottom,
sure I love.
6
The call there
Chris's.
from Chris.
Well, I'm not sure I love the bet.
actually, queen, no.
The naked king with a 2 on the bottom.
Right. Seems very. Seems like you'll set yourself up to be put into an annoying spot a lot of the time there, right?
And I
Bomb
think
pots are so nuanced and difficult to play too, right?
I'm not sure if Chris. I know he told me that this was only the second time he's been on the stream, so maybe,
Oh, okay. So
maybe he's from out of town.
yeah, not familiar with
Not
the bomb
familiar
pot.
with bomb pots.
Yeah, they're a doozy, man. If it's your first time playing bomb pots, good luck.
Yeah, and you go on a range of you get burned once, and then suddenly you go through this period of like, okay, I'm not playing anything unless it's like the nuts.
Yeah, you see the monsters, right?
And then you start folding second full house, and you know, the opponents turn over a couple of straights on the bottom, and you're like, what am I doing?
Right.
And it's this everlasting battle of like trying to figure out
Yeah.
what hand should I be calling with, what
Yeah.
hand should I be raising.
1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold,
So we got a question in the chat about commentating.
5 raised to 40,
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Dante, it's Austin and Shane tonight. Aaron's out of town, so we got a first-time commentator in Shane, and then you got me.
learning from the best.
Back to the poker.
So
We got-
Jaywin going to run into it here as he goes ahead and applies the anti-Austin strategy of squeezing the 7s, and he's going to be immediately 4-bet
Well,
by Mike's aces.
this is okay.
I'm just
This is a totally different configuration. Yeah. Yeah.
and,
All right.
Ace is going to take it
Yeah,
down
aces.
early.
Yeah, and when you get 4-bet with 7s, you're like, oh, oops.
Ran into it.
Yeah, you're like, all right, never mind. I was just kidding. I'm gonna run to the.
Sounds good.
5, 10.
So let me know in the chat if there's any statistics you guys are looking to see, any questions you have about whether it be the game, the stream. I'll be happy to answer anything. Again, my name is Shane. I've played on the stream a couple of times over the past year. Some of you frequent viewers might remember me. But let's get into the action here. It looks like we've got Josh opening up the threes from +2. Tillman going to call with the suited wheel draw and the button. Immediately punished by Jaywin, as I mentioned, aggression with the Queen Jack suited. I like this play a lot, especially considering these players are so deep. When he does connect with his hand, he's going to have the opportunity to really play for a big pot and be rewarded as a result. We're going to see a Jack-Jack-Ace flop, so both players connecting here. Tillman in position with the ace and the backdoor diamond draw. Jaywin with the trips. He's going to bet just under half pot here, I think, as he would do with almost all of his holdings. Obviously, in this case, it's for value purposes. And this is one of the great things about being such an aggressive player is that when you do show aggression, usually when you make your value hands, you're going to tend to be paid off a lot more. In this instance, Tillman shows some pretty solid discipline. Lays down the ace-3, which I'm a bit surprised about, especially considering he held the backdoor diamonds. But Jaywin with a great flop there, and he's going to take it down with a 3-bet pot. Dante is claiming I wouldn't commentate with him, but he also hit me up about 2 hours before the stream started when I had some plans to play Catan. So nothing against you, Dante. I'll be in here the next time, happily. Feels like Carly's been in the box for a minute here. Ah, okay.
All right.
Just informed they're doing 2-hour shifts, so Carly probably happy to be dealing with what's likely the biggest game on the floor tonight. Usually
Yeah.
Works out pretty well for the dealers. She's just one of many great dealers here at TCH. In my opinion, the best staff in Austin.
Yeah, the dealing staff here is amazing.
It's a serious draw for why I choose to spend my personal time here when I like to play.
10-5-4 in a 3-bet pot.
A couple of backdoor draws for Josh.
9-bet, 125.
I think in position he's going to
Probably gonna appeal. Yeah, and Josh.
Yep.
Now imagine that. Yeah, there's just a lot of good turns from. That is not one of them.
That is not one.
Did you ever play Congress?
I think this probably goes bet full. Check the 10.
Yeah, I think you just are trying to navigate the showdown with ace-10 now, right? Like,
That's like a Dallas.
Yeah, I just think that, like,
Hey,
I
no
guess
idea what they're
it
talking
sucks
about.
like that for raise.
yeah, I think you can just 100% check call and then reevaluate raise, but
It's big.
That's
That's
big
big
O.
O.
I think the only
PLO.
challenge here is
There's no
the
high
ace
on
10.
Or Omaha 8.
Yeah.
When you give up the aggression out of position,
right.
I think like in position is clear check back. But now that you're out of position,
Teaching them wrong.
it just punishes you with 2 straights. So if Josh goes 850 here, it's like, what hands are you gonna have that
I love
is in a good spot?
Always my second favorite. My favorite team's Raz.
He's gonna go a little bit less than 850. I would have liked to see a little bit larger sizing. Oh, and he,
Showdown.
I guess
Yeah,
Mike.
can you just call? Josh put him all in. Yeah. Go. Yeah, so I think that's very well played from Mike, in my opinion. It's just like, it's run out dependent, right? But like,
Well, he still has chips, right?
you can run into 6-7 sometimes, but like,
Yeah.
when he starts barreling
I
the turn,
didn't count
right?
that.
Like, I think you just
Thank you.
end up winning against a lot of like Jack 9, King Jack,
Yeah, I don't really
Okay.
expect Josh to have too many
8,
leads.
9. Yeah.
It's really just queen of
Well, even
clubs.
is he gonna take that river sizing right with the queen with Queen X, right? Like, Probably not. But like the thing, like you said, it's just like with ace 10 there. If you bet again on the turn and get check raised, you're kind of just like, like not check raised. You get raised, you just don't really like it that much, right?
Or sorry, 1,100. Let's just round.
And you feel really good when you check it and your opponent checks back.
Yeah.
She said that's fine. You can have 2 rounds.
It's a good example. It's a good example of why playing out of position just sucks.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
It's
something
really
that
hard.
I think really took me a few months to
hand that shows how bad I'm at.
realize. Yeah, I see your comment there, Dante, about Tillman and that ace-3 hand. I think that's a spot that you have to peel, just because J1 is going to be betting that flop with pretty much 100% frequency after his 3-bet the small blind.
I feel like I still,
There's a
like,
lot of
triple,
hands that he's going to bet and then just shut
That
down.
might be me.
But, you know, he did make the correct fold, so
7, 8 hits today.
I'm just the guy talking here.
All right, we got a clash of another 2 premiums here. Someone with Jack. See if Howe can win a hand. He's been very patient. He hasn't tilted, so he's due for some run good. But that's not how poker works. So we'll see what happens.
After I'm done work and everything like that, and then I do 6 p.m. So I'm doing like 12 hour fast.
All right, you're just gonna brick that one.
But today,
Full brick.
Great flop for Jacks.
Oh, I thought it was ace queen suit.
Exactly what you're looking for. How going to represent the overpair?
And no one's gonna raise, and Howe is like, God, can this session get any more annoying?
Yeah. I'm feeling for Hal right now.
Yeah.
We've all been in that spot.
drink a monster in the morning myself, but
I think he's just gonna ditch this one. It's not that big of a raise.
that'll immediately make you think like I had O'Brien hash browns and eggs this morning.
I think crushing out
Yeah. I'm just not that voted for Howe right
It's
now.
like, yeah, it's like you're really hoping your opponent like maybe has hearts there if you want to continue, or
I think crushing
you know,
out
your
flaming
ace is
hot
good.
Cheetos and
Really
rolling
hit it.
mozzarella
Really
sticks
grasping
in
for
it and
straws
like
there.
air frying them.
Right.
Sometimes it's
what's
easier
around here?
to
Millers here.
Oh my god, melon
just
sticks.
fold and live on the same.
Yep.
You
100%.
A lot of times I try to talk myself into coming up with scenarios where like remaining in the hand can be a good play, but usually it seems like the result on that is just, I find myself in trouble.
Yeah, whenever you're trying to convince yourself, you're like, well, maybe, right?
And
Like,
that's the great thing about a
this
cash
and
game,
this.
right?
Yeah,
Like, you know, you just get to play the next hand.
yeah. Live to fight another day.
Tournament's a little bit different. You know, you want to be thinking a little bit harder. But.
6 raised to 40.
So ideal gambler here, opening up the 8s.
8 fold.
I like to take
9
tomatoes.
Tillman
fold.
gonna
I'm
cold
already
call
on
with
the
the
top
king
of it.
queen.
1 raised to 200. 2 fold.
And cracks with jacks.
3 fold.
Crack choosing to 3-bet the jacks from the button.
Makes a lot of sense. I don't know that he's going to get rid of either of them, although Ideal Gambler looks like he might for.
Like a
I think if he
Bavarian
stacked depths,
species.
it's a little different because he's out of position. It's a little harder to realize when you do make your
Never
hand.
heard of a Bavarian from
Well,
He's gonna let it go though.
given how he's been willing to get in there, so I'm a little surprised.
Yeah,
But
agreed.
with somebody behind you too, although
I don't like
someone's not really going to have
Well, CC's has
she
this
is
like,
that many back 4 bets.
I don't know, it's like a vanilla
seems like you could
cream
just
pizza with like
set mine up.
this delicious
Adam Oliver in the chat here letting us know that how in Chinese equals
so
good.
Thank you.
So if,
All right.
if I'm going to believe a random YouTube chat, we can make that assumption. Maybe How needs to throw the word run in front.
Yeah,
Run.
what is run and
Just run How.
yeah,
I know it
Run
sounds
how.
so good right now. God, I'm starving.
you need some.
Why did I volunteer for 2 hours? 5 fold. 6
All right.
fold. 7 fold.
It's a lot of junky hands here to start this one.
9 fold. 1
We're all the way over the button.
raised to 20.
And how
How waking up with a premium for
has
a button
another?
open.
Yeah, he's gotten another premium, and he's gotten a lot of premiums.
He's certainly not struggling from the VPEP perspective.
Right. All right.
April, then I have my son today on the cell.
I have to move my TikTok followers.
It's almost comical
Yeah.
at this point.
How just loves that flop. But he's probably gonna get that through, so he's gonna win a little small one.
Hal
There you
takes
go.
it down.
There you go, Hal.
There you go, Hal.
I mean,
He's feeling great.
We're all just rooting for him now. There you go. Sometimes that's what you need, right?
Yeah,
you just need to get the momentum back on your side. You have tens, you're like, all right, all
You
right.
open tens and you see a king ace
Yeah.
flop.
And you're like,
You bet it and take it down. You're like, okay.
My bad.
here we go, all right? Turn it around.
Didn't want to get distracted.
There's something to be said about having the ability to stay focused and just best of mind throughout an entire session.
Right.
I know that a lot of times when things get off to a poor start, especially early on, that can lead to the rails just unraveling because
Oh, yeah.
you start trying to force things. You're looking for opportunities to win hands, and suddenly you find yourself in spots that you never would have been if you were in a clear state of mind. And that really speaks towards like the importance of the just approaching each hand as a singular event.
For sure.
Trying to play it the best you can.
Really high for reference. Finance gets
Something I've gotten better at too is just like having the discipline to like notice when I'm noticeably tilted and either go take a walk or just call it a night, right? Which is one of the hardest things to do when it's like you just get cooled off for like the 4th time in the night and you're like, how can this can't go on forever, right? And
It's like I should stay because
like-
the odds are on my side. At
I
this
gotta
point.
win a hand at some point, but sometimes it's just best to call it a night, live to fight another day. Anyways, Chris flops top 2 here, but doesn't. Unfortunately for him,
This
nothing
might have been a
to
limp pot.
provide any resistance. But Josh is gonna come along with the 10-8.
Okay, actually this makes sense. Josh raised.
Oh, Josh bet. Sorry. Okay, yeah,
bet.
that makes a lot more sense. I was like,
Chris is praying for a second turn bet so he can check raise. Good lead. Josh is gonna fold. So
I do both. I do
flops the top 2 and
takes down. Nice hand for Chris. All right, so we settled down a little bit after the start. Let's have a look at our net earnings.
Not at the table. I usually just scroll my way.
So Michael leading the way, followed by Brax, Tillman, Mike B, Chris, and then Al and Josh down at the bottom.
it's definitely a 3-headed race at the front there. No 4-figure digit winners so far, which is a surprise considering
The big hands we've seen, right? But the money seems to be, you know,
it's circulating.
it's moving around.
It's
This is the kind of
circulating
game you
around
want
the
to be
table.
at, folks, for sure.
Yeah, it's tough when you're at a game and one guy just sun runs and suddenly they've got,
All of the chips.
4 times chips that anybody else does.
Right.
So, we got some hands developing here.
Tillman with ace king. Oh, we got another battle of just premiums. huh?
Tillman
Ace
in the
queen.
straddle. Josh gonna 3-bet the ace queen in the cutoff. I'll be interested to see what Tillman does here. This is a spot that I think he will just smooth call.
I think so.
See what you're going to be using, like for equipment. Then they have you sign a release and like.
And he
it's a
does.
whole, like,
Makes
long
sense.
gated
I bet if you
process.
went into
And then
Solver
at the
World,
end of
that's
the
a
day,
mix.
Like, Seminole
You
actually
think so?
owns the footage that you're shooting, and Seminole can use it
Yeah, I
for
think
their
so.
own, like, promotional purposes and stuff. So like,
I mean, that's fine. Use my footage all you want. As long
And
as
they're
Oh, ace high flop.
both
And
gonna
we're just
flop
going to see
an ace.
blood.
monetization away.
Oh, man.
And Josh is just feeling amazing about his ace currently, especially after not getting 3-bet on the flop or 4-bet on the
and
flop.
it's like if you would have told him this like beforehand.
He's gonna bet out 125 here, just under half pot. I think I could see. Yep, Tillman rips it in.
And this is the Tillman. This is Tillman. This is Tillman for you. And Josh is like, oh,
Yep.
he's like,
Yep.
I can't fold, but like, I don't really like this that much. And he's like, shoot.
Well, they were baking that. Anybody want?
So Josh searching for a queen.
Where are you ordering from?
No diamonds to be found.
It looks like they're gonna be running it
Oh,
twice.
all right. The meaningless.
So that money was getting in regardless.
And Josh, after a hot start, has run into a couple of tough spots here.
Benefited from the
And-
2-board run out earlier. But
That's a pretty. Oh, he gets the
circular
Oh
tower.
man!
I have to say I've never had that
Man,
happen.
you gotta,
to me.
and mine's
Wow.
all circular. You gotta leave. Don't knock it down.
I'm
Don't knock
sorry.
it
Yes.
Take over.
Is he gonna tip? Is he gonna tip?
Now it's in the
Watch.
hand to Tillman.
Watch, you're gonna knock him down.
Sir, can you please move your big chips to the front?
Or put him on top.
Players checks on live.
Josh is gonna start charging now for services. All right, who won?
What do you buy in for?
Hey, Josh, you can go in business.
I'll tell you in a second.
How to make designs out of poker
Why is
chips.
this not working?
Yeah, 2K.
Obviously, that doesn't gonna work.
Thank you. 2K behind.
Weird.
What is a really good place for that?
Yeah, Josh got stacked by his side like last Saturday, and I have to put it
That
yourself
was a literal.
like double.
Just leave it open.
I mean, I could go for some cool shit.
It was so ridiculous.
Right in the shopping center.
Yeah, because people think it's cool, they just don't want to do it
Mexican over
themselves.
there.
It
It's
takes
Mexican,
forever.
that's walkable, like literally right there.
I'm like, why ever heard of it?
Which watch, which one, whatever the freak
No, which. No, that's
For the next
Which
45 years.
I hate
Josh, I was actually scared you
$12
played
on a
7-2.
Yeah.
I was like,
Live 10.
That would have been pretty epic.
oh, it would have been. I was like,
Oops, sorry. Live 10.
if he has 7-2.
How's it going, Trey?
I've had it twice so far today. I'm like, God, why
All right, onward, onward. After the tower has been shipped over to Tillman,
Nine raised to 35.
I lose more money when because you're all aggressive and
Mike B gonna go ahead and open up the 5-6 suited. Gets called by King Queen.
7 call.
And we got some multi-way action developing as the cascade of callers begins to come in.
Seven check, 8 check. What? It was 35. 7 check, 8 check, 9 check, 1 check.
All right,
3 check, check around.
good old chaotic 5-way action monotone flop.
And Tillman
Tillman's
can go
just
ahead and
gonna get
turn
there.
the second nuts. He gets from good to better, and he's going to lock this hand up.
9
Nobody else even has a heart, so it's gonna be tough for Tillman to get.
I anticipate this going bet on the river and
Next to you, Josh.
a fold from
3
everyone else.
check.
That's a good guess. Tillman gonna check it. Sneaky little check. I guess it's really hard to get value. Let's see if someone wants to bluff, but
1 check.
I don't think
3
so.
check. There's the jack of hearts.
Yeah, Tillman turns it over. He's got money.
Yeah.
That was a very polite pot for that.
I was in a spot like this earlier
Thank you.
with the ace of hearts and
I didn't want to
just kept checking it to my opponent,
Oh, yeah.
giving him a chance to bluff, and
5 10.
obviously checked back the river because he's a good player. Had to turn it over in shame.
Yeah.
It does.
Tough spot. The 4 flush, right? Really tough spot to get
Yeah,
value.
it's really just a chance to
I really want to build a table like this.
maybe cooler somebody if they want to get sticky with the king of hearts. Get a second flush.
Really.
So
I wanted to do like RFID locks and stuff.
I agree, Ragnar. That was awesome to see him ship over the tower.
5
I've never seen that. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, it's actually,
Yeah, that's
that
pretty
looks
cool.
easy.
And he's got it now in his stat. And he's just slowly invading more into Ideal Gambler's
Yeah,
territory
you
over
see-
there. So let's see.
Like the,
You certainly have to keep the tower in play if
just
you
set
win
up the
that.
table with everything prior to,
1
yeah, with the RFID readers below.
3
All right, Josh with a queen 10 suited, gonna go ahead and open that up.
One of my favorite hands.
It's like fold out.
Definitely has a lot of playability, right?
Crappy speed.
And Mike with the 10-7 suited there. The straddle
Go ahead
heads
and
up.
make the call. Seems reasonable.
Definitely reasonable. I even wouldn't have hated the rebet there.
Sunday,
He's going to flop a couple of counts with the open-ended flush draw in back, or straight draw and backdoor flush for
Yeah, I
Josh.
got my crap.
Good flop. This could be pretty interesting.
That takes up all the space.
I'm gonna go ahead and raise this. No, I'm gonna call. Yeah. I say, wouldn't have been the biggest fan of the raise there. But Josh is gonna go ahead and get there. So let's see if he can get some of his chips back. Let's see what size he decides to go with here.
Things to move around.
Snap forward. What was this size?
125.
Third board.
Yeah.
Not even.
You might even
not
be-
so much left draw.
You might be
So fun.
drawn to it.
Right.
I can definitely appreciate that. I know that when I'm in a position like that, and there's been instances even recently that I've got a straight draw and a flush draw, but the board is paired. My opponent has showed aggression on 2 streets, and I'd rather just throw it away. And
Right.
found myself in a spot that I don't feel comfortable raising for value on the river when I do get there.
Yeah, drawing to a dead hand is never fun, right?
I did say, I was like, Josh is more dangerous when he's down. Because of the fact that he's down. So I was like, ah, whatever.
2 goals, 3 goals.
And then I keep that mentality after the fight, so whatever.
Yep.
Getting some feedback that my mic volume might be a little bit low. Anyone in the chat want to let me know how things are going? I want to make sure you guys can hear us. Cool.
All right, 7s versus 9s here.
Let's see a 7, 9, and 9 in a window.
Ooh,
Oh,
what a
with the
great
gutter.
flop. So 7s flops gutter. 9's the top set. Gonna go ahead and,
Mike gonna
lead
lead out.
which again, not the biggest fan of. And Ideal Gambler is gonna come in for the raise, I would imagine. Yep, love it. Going pretty small here.
Yeah, especially on the 9-6 of hearts, I would have liked to see a little bit larger of a raise.
So here I'd really like to see him size up. Mike shows his cards to Ideal Gambler pretty much. hopefully not, but it looks like.
Let's see the. Oh, okay, he checked
So,
already. I
yep.
wanted to see the bet, raise, call, bet
So
again.
Here's a spot. Again, right? This is a really good example of a spot where you want to make life hard for your opponent, and betting 125 there, like third pot, doesn't really do that, right? It's just a spot. Really like to see him bet a little bigger. There's so much value you can get.
Agreed. We haven't seen too many people putting in some of those larger bets on the turn,
Right.
and that's something I think has shown to be a really effective strategy.
Right.
You know, a smaller bet on the flop makes sense in terms of you can do it with a wide range, but when you typically decide to continue on the turn, you're starting to narrow your range a bit more towards stronger value hands as well as, you know, those selective bluffs, and you want to put your opponent in, you know, difficult positions to continue with their middling hands.
Right.
And then, you know, typically a nice thing about that as well is when you do find yourself bluffing, but you get there on the river, you can continue to tell that polarizing story and really get paid for the maximum.
Right.
And that's all about, you know, creating that value for yourself and the way that you play your hands.
Just makes you balanced, right? It makes it really hard to play against you if you know, employ some of those lines that you're talking about.
But either three of us all have different, like, reads or
All
profile
right.
apps open or trying to, like,
Moving right along. After a hot start, seemed to have cooled down a little bit, but finding some interesting spots here.
I think it's been about 15 hands. Well, I guess we saw the Josh versus Tillman
Right. that
all
was
in
good.
hand there. I always get taken back by the under the gun being shown.
Unbelievable, Michael. Unbelievable.
Before. Looks like we got a straddle to 20 here. Josh gonna open up the king queen right
I think
away.
it was no straddle.
Okay.
That's an open. Yeah.
Okay.
And Josh gonna take a pretty 3.5, which is pretty standard for early position.
I think if you are gonna play the king queen +1 against an under the gun
yeah.
open.
Yeah, flatting is horrible for sure. So definitely a 3-better fold. Right? And I don't think Josh will protect to be folding king queen ever.
Oh yeah.
All right.
just because of the fact, like, with
Well, they're both gonna whiff the flop here. Josh with a couple of back doors.
but unless I feel like I get
Howe with a backdoor straight draw and ace high currently.
Running around all the, like, you know, the bone and the
And
he's
for
gonna
how
let it
it's just like a board where he's gonna have
Oh yeah, at least you can
Just-
get it with the fork.
not that much really.
licking the bones
Thank
up and down.
you.
That's why you do like one of those
Another tough spot for Howe. Just can't seem to find a flop.
That's how I didn't
Yeah,
get
it's like
so
traditional.
That's how it
chicken
goes
puzzle.
sometimes, though. Everyone's been there. You just get these premiums pre-flop and just whiff, 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 and that's just those are positions where you just have to continue to stay disciplined, however hard it might be.
Yeah.
Lives, and we have roll-up cards. You can eat
rolling
behind
table.
you.
You can, let's get some finger foods, you know? You want to get another charcuterie board?
Don't even talk to me about it.
David Pratt in the chat says he needs to get the phone number of Josh's stylist, and couldn't agree more.
I don't understand people who
Honestly.
like
I'm sure that's something that could be arranged.
Josh, consistently one of the
bread and
best dressed slash best groomed people that come in. That people who come in and can't talk. But you gotta know what I'm trying to say. Anyway,
Patrons of TCH.
back to the poker.
Jaywen gonna go ahead and raise up the King 5 suited here in the cutoff. Maybe feeling like it's been a while since he's played some hands.
Jalen's always in there mixing it up, and King 5 is actually a pretty good hand to do that.
And he's gonna flop a 5, but Ideal
Backdoor.
Gambler's gonna find the ace.
Backdoor flush draw for Jalen too, so imagine this is a play that you see betting pretty frequently.
Certainly.
And gonna go ahead and bet
Like black and
pretty
cat.
big.
Can we just like send you
And Ideal Gambler is going nowhere.
That was like, is it Texas?
I'd like to see him continue with the call. I don't think the raising
No,
practice
no,
is
it's
very
an
much.
swap him one for one?
So Jalen's looking for a King 5 or spade here.
See a spade. It's a 9.
And
So this is a spot where I feel like if Jaywen's gonna bet,
Sriracha.
this is where we'll start to see that
I don't mess with it.
large
Might as well just
sizing
have,
that
like,
we talked about.
sriracha and then
I think that's right. I think that card is not particularly great for him. So yeah, this is a spot where he's gonna check. I think if it was any spade, he rails pretty big. And this will probably go check. Okay, this makes sense.
Yeah.
Six bet 150.
Did you want anything from it?
And that seems like a pretty reasonable lead to me. There's plenty of things that can call here. They're going to take the line that Jaylen did, that Ideal Gambler gets value from, and there's so many hands in Jaylen's range that they're just going to check back here. So
Chipotle at this point. Sounds good. I know. Oh, I've been too.
I'm allergic to beans. Like,
Jaylen is really bad.
So we've got some advocation here from Captain Underpants, or Captain Underpairs, excuse me, of Anderson being the best dressed on the stream. I can see that.
He's in the running.
He
He's in the
usually
running.
comes pretty
Yeah,
well
that's
dressed up.
very reasonable. Very reasonable. Just Anderson I think Anderson is like probably better dressed, but Josh has all the poker like attire.
Yeah,
right. He's got
certainly
all
the Polk poker
all
attire.
the trinkets and
Yeah,
you
they
know
won't- they
matching
probably
stuff like the shirt, like you said, is like a pocket aces shirt. Like
Shit, I still gotta drive back to Dallas because I
Like,
have to work
no,
tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure Jesse.
a lot of interesting characters that play here, though, for sure.
I'm working all week because July.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like about this specific location.
The World Series.
Or, I mean, you can even advocate for other various card rooms within the community, as opposed to something like,
I work at Choctaw.
you know, going to a casino or a card room, whether it be in a different state. This
5 holes.
location in TCH is considered a club.
Right.
There's a strong social degree to it. You know, Austin and I are in here. We can reference a lot of people by name. We know some of their hobbies, and it's familiar faces that we can see.
I really wanted to be on the stream.
So it's a nice social factor of being able to see those people that you play with on a week-to-week basis, or you know, the extent that you like to come down. So
Please wear a suit, David. Please. I would love that. That'd be so great.
Mo the Cat, ace queen off under the gun is not a premium ham, at least in my opening range. Sir, I hope to not find you at my table. I would disagree. I think that is a strong hand.
Yeah. So Jaylen raised
Quick shout out here.
9.
I got a buddy. It's his birthday. Shout out Ishan.
Here you go.
Hope he's tuning in.
Here we go.
Happy birthday.
Who's running in the back right now?
Yeah.
So looks like it's maybe we've got some graphic slows here.
smart ideas that they could do.
So Joe and gonna three or
Open the king
okay.
3 suited.
Okay, that's good.
Like,
Straddle.
Yeah, that straddle always throws me off as well. Okay, so we're caught up here. Looks like Josh made the call and Chris made the call on the straddle. I would really like to see a 3-bet out of the ace queen there on the straddle. He's going to flop an ace. Jaywen not working with much here. This is when he just will check back to take it to the turn.
Oh, king 3, not king jack. None on the turn.
Ace still well in the lead. Josh is drawing to a 7. He's going to go ahead and represent that 9.
Like what will be the best hand be within the next like 10 hands?
Third 9 on the end here.
A flush or a straight.
And I think Josh just he's got to shut it down. It's like, what is he calling with that?
Chris has a pretty clear bet small spot here.
You can have them gamble their channel points because they're already.
And Josh is just going to say, nope, not a good river for me.
But you can't use those channel points. But oh, that would be great though. Something that has like interaction on it.
Yeah, ace queen feels like it could definitely squeeze there, right? Like, there's a spot where when you take that multi-way, like it's so hard to get value, right? It's got a great hand there, but he can't. He handcuffs himself. Like you're not really going to be leading ace-high boards into the pre-flop aggressor, and so you're like, ah.
It was not lost on
David
me.
Pratt says, I couldn't disagree more. I play at TCH despite the awful and horrible people that play there. That's wrong to be talking about Austin right next to me like that.
If I'm gonna pay off for this quad
Oh,
nines
man.
right now, I'm like, I'm gonna at least bet enough on it that it's gonna make it. You know,
Well, I'm
either
glad
a
you put
great
up with us,
highlight to the
David.
stream or make me look like a
Just
donko.
know the feeling's mutual.
5 fold, 6 call, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
All right.
2 raise to 25.
How with the ace-10 suited has been more than patient. Runs into the ace-queen. Just immediately. Just punished.
At least he only gets called. Chris is obviously with our friend Mo the Cat feeling like ace queen off is not a premium hand, but How is going to flop an ideal flop
yeah,
here.
someone's open-ended. Yeah, Josh is open-ended. Wow, okay. So things could get interesting here. Ideal gambler is like, how did I get here? And Josh is gonna
To elect to call.
go ahead and call. Chris is gonna fold. Makes sense. Josh has 3 outs.
That is not one of them. I think this is a spot where we like to talk about, you know, the going big. I think how
This is a spot where you could
even overbet.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
And he goes
3. Goes pretty big.
just over pot.
Love it.
Great play, Hal.
And Josh is like, how tilted am I? Do I want to chase?
And this is the spot
The
right
thing
here
is
that we're
they're
talking about.
so deep, right? Where it's like,
And this is the exact spot we're talking about here of putting your opponent in a spot where they have to make a call.
and how he's like, I win. I won a hand.
What a relieving feeling.
Yeah, he's like, he's thinking, I can't believe I bricked again. And then he's like, I win. Against like one of the few drawing hands that Josh ends up there with, like so much of the time that you just run into like Queen Jack or Jack 10 or something like that.
It's
right?
like you've got the hearts,
Yeah.
you've got the 10, you block the best drawing hands because you are drawing yourself. And fortunately enough, he stumbles against the
I win.
one that he can beat.
Right.
Nice hand, Hal, and
I mean, no offense.
nice getting on the board there.
See if it gets me back on.
Yeah, offense.
All right, let's have a look
I think I'll
at.
just sit here and hang out with you for an extra like 30 minutes. No lie.
I'm gonna try to go for like
We're a fun-loving group.
like a
All
marathon.
right.
Y'all aren't like
Josh
rivers
leading the way,
stuck in
which
that
is not uncharacteristic.
Like I want that good.
Ideal Gambler and Jalen right behind.
picking on my
And Tillman up there at 32.
I think just be you.
Playing his fair
See,
share.
Jay
And no one below that 15% volume line, so everybody playing their fair share of hands here. Ideal Gambler with another premium, Ace King.
Just calls in the end of the gun. I bet he wished he straddled now.
Let's see if
We might
the
see a
intention is the back raise.
back raise,
Yeah.
certainly. Yeah.
Fold, 5, fold.
And he's just going to call.
Interesting.
So he must fall alongside our friend
Texas had
Mo's philosophy, and maybe this ace king is a drawing hand. And he's probably going to be happy with his
8-6-3.
decision because he whiffs the flop.
Tillman with 6-9 ahead.
Big lick.
7 check, 9 check, 3 check.
And checks around. Deuce on the turn.
So ace
and
4
up.
picks up a gutter.
4 check, 6 check, 7 bet, 75, 9 fold.
Tillman going to say enough of this checking nonsense. I'm betting my hand.
I probably have the best hand.
I think
and-
this is just going to get through.
Yeah.
4 fold,
And ideal gambler is like, darn
5
it.
fold.
I had a good hand.
Hey, Josh.
And Tillman says that one was for Josh. So
There you go.
I had ace 4, so I had the gutter ball.
Ace king.
So I guess I only have the gutter ball straight, right? Is that
5, 10.
With the case.
That was one of those. And if I do that, you know what I have. If I just do that, you're like, oh, he's got 6-9.
Deuce 4 prescribing the craps.
Oh, I saw that. Although, who hit the ball with 2-4?
I like the table audio. It's a nice addition.
yeah,
Didn't used to have it, but
yeah.
pretty good. You can hear some of the conversations.
The upgrades of the new table have certainly been noticed,
Gotta
in my
say,
opinion.
yeah, the stream has definitely made some stuff. Speaking of the stream, we're gonna be switching it up a little bit, and we're gonna switch the 5-10 to Thursdays now, and the 2-5 is gonna be on Monday. And we're not gonna be streaming July 4th. Don't think anybody would really want to play or watch, but we'll be back next Thursday with some 5-10. So tune in for that. It should be exciting.
Looks like we got a couple of rags hand here. I know you asked me earlier about my 4th of July plans. Anything you have going on?
6 check.
Nothing in particular. I just got back from, I took a little trip home, so did like a little early 4th of July
So she
one.
bought me one that I charged. And then
Nothing in particular.
And it charges
Do some grilling?
Yeah, maybe find some friends who want to do some grilling, something like that.
Something casual.
Yeah. Honestly, I spend so much time outside these days that when I'm not working, I just want to be inside.
Ace air conditioning.
Air-conditioned space.
Yeah. I imagine the month of May and June were quite challenging for you in the outdoor.
Like May, you get occasional, like May you get some occasional respite, right? And then when you get to June, it's just every day is 100 degrees.
Yeah.
and
I know the last couple of days earlier this week, especially when there was the rain, the next couple of days was kind of actually enjoyable. It was
Yeah,
only- it was
they were
only like
nice.
92.
Yeah, yeah. But it's funny when you're out there, like thinking, like, oh, wow.
I was like, all right, well, that's 3 hours
But
of work.
yeah,
That's not bad.
I tried to play yesterday, play some poker, and I came in. And I thought I was way more. I thought I had way more energy than I did because I sat down and played like 4 hands, and I was like, oh no, I'm falling asleep. So I played for like an hour and then ended up leaving. So gotta get back into that nice fall weather.
I'm good. They added this stuff.
So Hal taking a playbook out, or page out of Jaywin's playbook here with the King 5 suited to open. Ideal gambler with the King 9 of diamonds.
35,
I'm gonna go ahead and come right in.
He's going to call the 10, but he's going to find out it's actually 35.
7 fold, 8 fold,
I don't hate if you're going to play that hand of the small blind, considering 3-betting that.
Makes him a 3-bet there for sure.
Take a little control of the hand.
Ooh, all right. Jaywin flops top pair. Got a flush draw
Out with the
and
5.
bottom pair.
2 check,
I've got a lawsuit already.
I'd be curious your thoughts on, this is a multi-way pot, but if you're going to open King 5 and flop a pair,
That's a board you could definitely continue on. Although,
What else?
Yeah, I think
Dude, I hate
betting
those
for
people.
protection there is
They don't
pretty
make
good.
sense. You can tell. Cause like,
Now that
do
we
you
got a
think?
bet and a call, I think this is a hand that we can just throw
you know,
away.
they're doing 100 squats, 100 push-ups. So like, how
But-
what's your pain? Oh, it's a 10. It's not a 10.
How?
He's gonna raise.
Says no. I'm gonna raise it. It's really interesting line here.
It bothers you 'cause
I'm not sure what he represents really. And I imagine Ideal Gambler is gonna go and make a call here.
I think this is one of those spots where Howe is just saying, you know what, Gambler, I don't think you have anything, and Jaywin, you haven't shown any strength by just calling.
Right. He's definitely taking advantage of the fact that Jaywin's range is very, very captured. It's pretty much
He
right.
is blocking a premium hand in pocket fives, 2-pair, and queen 5.
Yeah, of course.
Well, like when it comes to push-ups, like
But again, it's like, what hands is he representing to, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Are you taking ace queen for this line? Probably not. Are you taking queens for this line? I don't know, right? And Jaywin is sitting over there thinking, dang, I wish I'd fold because I'm not going anywhere, right? But now with Ideal Gambler and Jaywin's handcuffed.
And now with the raise,
Oh,
Howe is
and
going to
Howe
find
ends up
himself
with
with the best hand.
Let's see if he throws in a little bluff with the best hand. So I'm not sure what he'd be targeting to fold to, right?
Two check.
And he's going to
Yeah,
check
he's
it
gonna check and
back.
he's gonna win.
Masterfully played by Howe.
And Howe is just bobbing. After a tough start, he's just weaving back and forth, and taking down some pots. Jaywin's sitting down over there like, really folded top pair of these guys?
It wasn't a bad bet.
at least a king here.
Huh? Oh, yeah. If you fired the river, you probably did.
Yeah, but or have you just got raised?
We got some coaching at the table. Always fun.
Who's giving out lessons?
I'm not sure, I couldn't tell, but someone said if you fire the river, you probably win there.
Especially because I'm at the bet they're going
Which, who knows? Howe might find the hero call with that 5.
5, 10.
Rowan says Asian power. Interesting. Pocket force for Ideal Gambler. Tillman gonna call with ace 10.
7 call. 8 9 check.
Just a cascade of calls, right? Like it's like once you get like 2, just everybody, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got odds at that point, right?
Yeah,
That's all you have to
yeah,
say.
right? And
Monotone flop.
does anyone have a tip?
Jaywin with the 10.
9 check. 6 check.
Ooh, someone has trips. Alright, so Mike B picks up trip kings. I'd like to see him throw a little bet here. Not a big pot, don't have to go crazy.
9 bet 15.
Ideal Gambler.
6 call.
I don't make the call.
7
He says, I don't believe you. Not really sure. But
4.
ooh. So once Mike B checks here, I feel like if you call 4s, you kind of have to now bluff, right? Because you have, well,
I don't
take his 4 high showdown
I was
value
gonna say.
and run it. It's not going to win.
Thank you.
All right, onwards and upwards. Look at the. Oh, we should.
I think goes to Colorado plays
gamble.
10-20 for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Back down.
Do a little in-house gambling.
All right, so Shane has no points, so we're just gonna pull up a random number generator and we're each gonna spin it out of 100, and whoever gets the higher number is gonna win $20. If you're cool with that.
$20 is great.
Yeah, I was over at the other place for
Very affordable rate.
Huh? Like
Who we got in the chat?
too.
Who do we think is going to win?
A little bit.
I'll let you go first.
All right, I'm setting the
Or
tone.
do you want to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
8 folds.
38.
38. All right.
Not
Not
ideal.
great.
You
All
got
right.
62% equity here.
To 45.
Oh, a
Oh
24.
wow, we lose. Wow, we're running bad. Running
We
bad.
take down
All
the
right.
first
Beginner's luck.
gamble
yeah.
of the night.
All right. We just put it
It's an extra gallon.
Shout out to all the supporters in the chat that willed me to that victory.
right
And
there.
now I start like, when I want to buy something, I start thinking of gallons of gas.
So,
I almost
looks like we got to open for Mike B here
My boat's got a 60-gallon gas tank.
with a big blind.
what kind of boat? That's probably
Brax came along with
Oh,
a
yeah,
6-5 off and no
just to
straddle.
mess around on.
Doesn't flop much here, and he's just going to let it go.
I got an RTX3. Got all the toys, touchscreen, everything.
All right.
RCX3.
Getting into the end of hour number 2 here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was a really fun first hour. Been a little bit more tame second hour. But hopefully find some more hands at the end. Usually it starts to pick up.
It's a 6,500-pound boat dry, and then it's got, let's see, 2,800 pounds.
Shout out to Carly for
Yeah. Is Lake Travis like a?
legging out this 2-hour down.
Yeah, Lake Travis isn't bad. I mainly go to Lake Austin.
She's
Okay.
pretty much
Is it
ready
nice
to
and
get a
flat or
break.
is it, choppy?
Yeah, no, Lake Travis is really hard to find flat water. Lake Austin, it's skinny, high walls, even on windy days you can find flat water.
That's nice.
Okay. Hold action, please.
All right, got a little card reader error going on. So
Okay. First action.
What's your truck? Apparently.
Alright.
Yeah.
Two folds.
The truck's a Chevy 2500,
Okay.
so that's $170
Crazy.
to fill up.
We've got
30.
discussion of trucks and gas prices at the table, just what you're looking for
there you go.
at your poker table.
5,
I,
6,
You know, I will say, whenever I play with
7,
Josh, there's always a good conversation at the table.
Oh,
he's
he-
a really fun guy to talk to.
he's a top-
He like has so many interesting like hobbies and stuff. Like last time I talked to him, he was telling me about woodworking, and I was like, "How in the world do you have time to do all of these things, man?" But you know, he's a top-notch conversationalist.
Agreed. I always look forward to when I get to play with Josh, just because the table is so lively.
That's one of my favorite things about here too, right? Like a lot of times in the casino, the table is just like quiet. There's people listening to music, etc., etc. But you see a lot less of like the overhead headphones here, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely out of nuance when you sit down at a table and a guy is just like Beats headphones, iPad, like
Just not friendly, right? Like
Yeah.
it just doesn't really exist here, which is great. It's just a really great atmosphere to come down and play.
you do see some funny things though.
Yeah, but it's if you take it, you know, it's like you take it in stride. It's usually pretty fun.
I can remember one thing specifically. I sat down with a guy a few months back, and he was just casually watching like 2016 presidential debate videos on his phone.
There you go.
And I was like,
You just intentionally trying to start some.
I was
you
like,
know,
all right, man.
contentious thing,
Yeah.
Tillman, back to the phone.
So we've got a call from the 10-9 suited. Tillman going to open up the kings to a reasonable 10x size.
Wow.
Oh, he's just going to let
Gonna
go.
let go of the 9-10
suited.
Yeah.
I don't have that strength in me.
Yeah.
I mean, 10x is.
Yeah, for that price, you could definitely find a fold. It's just so pretty. This is one of those hands that, like, unless there's something extreme,
And
it's
if your
probably seeing
opponent's going to
flop.
open 10x, it's like, you know, if you flop 2 pair, or
Yeah.
if, you know, heaven forbid you flop a straight, like time to print some
I
money.
didn't reckon. There's a nice oil leak. A nice oil leak that ended. I guess didn't want to give me enough.
Yeah, watching a presidential debate at the table is a good one.
This is
for sure.
2016.
Yeah,
like,
that's a
what are
good
you
one.
doing, man?
It's definitely a good one. All right. Tillman, just living the life.
Yeah, kings to ace king, what a life. Though I prefer to progress from worse hands to better hands.
Yeah,
That's just a personal opinion.
yeah. I mean,
You know, it's,
if you're gonna give me kings and ace king, I'm not gonna be picky about
yeah,
it.
yeah,
You know.
fair enough.
Seeing as you get so many premiums dealt to you, I guess you get to be picky.
And he's going to find a king right away, so
4 check.
Tillman in great shape to win this pot. You can see 94%. It's about as good as it gets. 3 ways.
People are like,
Josh is sitting with the backdoor nut flush draw, but not much working besides that. Decides to let it go.
This has nothing. Yeah.
I didn't get the
Nice
tax
pot for Tillman.
Nice
Back
spot
to
for
back.
Tillman. Yeah.
year and 2 months
Slowly adding to the tower.
Heating up.
because they decided, it's like literally the next month, they decided to sell their company. And so the company that
Have
I
you,
bought it from,
Have you played with Josh when he builds up that tower?
I can't think of a time specifically of playing with him when he had the tower.
I don't know how to build it. I gotta figure out how to build it. I
Yeah.
wanna figure out. I feel like that would be fun.
I guess it would be you could run out there and take a quick look at
Yeah, I might have to do
the
that.
architecture and
Yeah.
see.
oh, so it's like on one of those like little Mexico streets where you see a bunch of,
Do you like shuffle chips at the table or
Big
anything like
chip
that?
shuffler.
Yeah, I just feel like I always have to be moving. So
It's a tick.
yeah,
And
shuffling.
I'm a chip shuffler that I take from like the top of kind of a tall stack and just take a little bit off and then
Oh yeah, I do
shuffle
that
from
too.
the top.
Yeah.
Like, I'm usually not on the table kind of
Yeah.
guy.
It only goes to the table if it's like if I'm really thinking. Then I get really intense and
You gotta
I'm really
balance
shuffling
your
down.
chip shuffling.
Yeah. If it's just casual, it's just chilling. Yeah.
So we got to open from the 4s here in the hijack. Brax immediately on his left, raising up the jacks to 65. Josh is going to just say, I do not care, and give it a call from the small blind with the king-9 off, which is going to invite Mike into the pot with some favorable odds to go set mine
Yeah, I
with
would like
his 4s.
totally go throw down on some
See a little
food, but, you know,
king,
we're
jack,
talking
4
about
here.
freaking 2 hours, but you don't want to take up my offer.
We do see a jack, so Brax
Pretty much
crushing this
hammer
flop.
lock on this
Yeah.
pot.
Looks like a 4 is dead, so Mike cannot turn quads, or river runner quads. And Mike just gonna Brax gonna immediately fill up.
Yeah, this is a spot where it's so hard to get paid though, right? Like, please have a 5. But yeah, just
And he's just gonna be,
you know, you have to bet there, right? You just have to bet. but
especially
you're not
after
really,
he checks the flop.
You're not expecting to get called by anything super often there.
No, guess we're not cool. Can't order food together. Dude, just don't wipe your hands. Just cover
Are
that
you a,
keyboard,
UFC fan?
whatever we're eating, like, who
I
cares?
dabble in the UFC. I tend to watch most
Mostly your equipment, you're the one
fight
that
nights
does it all
and
the
pretty
time.
much every
Just
pay-per-view.
Cheeto
Oh,
dust,
nice.
buffalo
I'd say I only
sauce,
started picking it up maybe about a year and a half ago or so.
Oh, really?
I couldn't say I could speak towards the, history of the legends and stuff like that, but I'm definitely pretty familiar with current champions and contenders, and I'm really looking forward to Saturdays.
Who's Saturday? I'll watch them if they're like really big, but
Saturday's a pay-per-view. It's Israel Adesanya and Jared Cannonier, I think his name is.
oh, okay, yeah. Cannonier's been
Friendly game.
up and coming pretty quick, yeah.
Yeah, and Adesanya,
Is the champ, right?
long-term champion.
Yeah.
Arguably top 3 pound for pound. Okay, Mike here gonna 4-bet the 7-6 suited over Josh's 3-bet of ace jack, and I think this is gonna work.
This is nice. I like this. This is a nice hand to throw into the program. And Josh says,
Oh, Josh says not today.
No, sir. I have an ace and a jack.
So we are going to the flop here with 800 already in the middle.
Oh, what a flop for 6-7 of diamonds. I mean,
Just pile the money in
Yeah.
here.
let's see what side he goes to.
I'm thinking
no,
in the
no,
200 to 300 range.
I don't know how much money
Yep.
Josh now.
well, the king 9 is what I was talking about initially. Did I play that wrong? Or,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's one of the things I've noticed about Josh is he'll go to flops with
He
hands,
played that really well.
but usually if he doesn't connect, he's happy to get out of the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, especially on like boards where he has no real advantage and no seemingly, like that's discipline enough, right? Like the pre-flop is maybe a little bit loose, but like not he doesn't compound his mistakes, right? Like that. So
And then
Very
it looks
true.
like we got some fans of the UFC in the chat. So the
we go.
Izzy Cannonier fight is the main event, and then the co-main is Volkanovski Holloway,
Oh, again?
which is their third bout.
Oh, wait. Is it third? Or yeah.
It's their third
oh,
bout.
I watched that one. I
And
thought Holloway won last
A
time.
lot
but
of
he
people
didn't,
felt
yeah.
that Holloway won the
It's like
last
putting
fight,
that
but
student
they,
drive sticker on
you
your
know,
car.
leaning towards the champion.
Okay,
So.
that makes sense. I like Max.
Very likable guy,
Yeah, he's
extremely
cool.
likable. And Volkanovski is one of the best fighters in the world as well.
He's a
So
series of
tank.
poker vlogs.
Yeah.
he can grapple, he can strike, he can take shots.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
then
great one.
Sean O'Malley's fighting as well.
Oh, I like Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, you know,
He had like that walk-off knockout, right? Whatever. Like I think I saw.
I mean, he's
Like
got
he-
explosive knockouts everywhere.
Yeah.
He's got the longest reach in his division, so it's really hard to go up against
That's a
that
nice place to be, right?
guy. Yeah.
Like,
You
like
can just
that.
you can just stick your
Yeah.
arm out and it's like, yeah, you can't hit me.
yeah. Has to be so tough to fight somebody like that. Battle of the nothing.
Well, he
Tillman takes
understood
it
like the
down.
jokes that came out of it,
Aggression wins, folks.
which are hilarious.
Aggression win.
Now he goes around like filming people. And then
Properly
everybody's
applied
like, well,
aggression
I feel like
wins.
in danger because you're gonna throw that at me.
Blind aggression
And no,
wins
if you're down like
sometimes.
$1 million within a month, I feel like you're justifiably allowed to throw a selfie.
When it's runner and you lose to runner flush and it's for 250K buy-in, like, hey, you know,
Yeah, I'm breaking something.
So we've just
yeah.
passed
And
the
it's just
50 hand mark.
rope, and I get like some
Generally, we
people
can
are like,
average
oh, you're
around
faster
80 to
than
100
Because we
within
all
a stream.
criticize Phil
Looks like
Hellmuth
we're
We're on
for,
passion
like,
too.
for
Right
his
on pace.
particular
About on track for
behavior.
that.
So,
It's not tennis. It's
Yeah.
not tennis.
but, you know, we're also the people to,
Yes, Jaywin is straddling for 10.
you know, we're also the people to
Just got to
criticize
the
Phil.
table, so it is
Justifiably so, but.
Yeah, with
See, the
auto
thing is, though,
straddle.
Phil's a really, like, Phil, Daniel, all of them are, like, really great guys off
Three
the...
raise for 40.
Phil Hellmuth is the nicest guy you've ever meet off the phone.
That's what I've heard.
You want to take a picture, you want an autograph, you want him to like send a message to anybody. He's super nice guy. Any nicer if you not tell.
I mean, they both have, like, their
Oh,
times
right.
where you can't
Tell
throw.
me the
Like
queen.
Daniel says on break.
But with
like,
diamonds. Ooh.
He's trying to get somewhere, like on a break
All right.
tournament. and he's like,
That's an actual flop.
If he's at the table and you're
So Josh went ahead and opened to 40. Jaywin called the 30 from the straddle. He's going to flop top pair.
and then same with Phil. I mean, you never
Josh is
want
going to
anybody
continue with a flush draw for 40 on the
If I'm
flop, and
building
Jaywin's going to
something
call,
and
and
somebody
Josh is going to get
has
there
to-
right away on the turn.
I'd like to see Josh really size up here, like 200-ish, I think.
After I
But try and set up a
let me steam it off, and then
maybe 250 to try and set up a river jam.
I will say I met Phil in Minnesota and I
Three
met him
net
out in
100.
Vegas. Could not be
I agree.
It's fine.
Like,
Yeah.
Phil will go into like a restaurant and he's like, yep,
Okay.
everybody's tabs on.
I would think this would just be a snap call.
He doesn't have to
I
do
don't
it.
see the merit
He
of
does
doing
it
anything
because
else, but
That's just who he
he's
is.
thinking about
How come
something.
Phil Hellmuth looks like Ted Cruz now, though? Or Ted Cruz looks like Phil Hellmuth.
And that's a river that I think should get drop paid. I'd like to see him go
I
for
won't even touch that one.
a nice little value bet here. Maybe like
never seen
something
them in
along
the
the
same
lines of
place.
250.
Oh yes, you have. You saw them live on the PokerGo app stream.
Ted Cruz played a poker?
Yes, he did.
Well, why hasn't he made, like...
This happened, you know, they aired it
There you
a
go.
week, less
Like
than a week
275.
after the quality happened. So that's why I was like, I'm not touching that. It's all
Oh, 250. Let's go.
What was it?
And
Oh,
I'd like to see Jaywin go for the check raise here.
that'd be sick.
Just
but
for blood.
the problem is he doesn't have many boats, right?
Yeah, but
Like-
he's all that matters is he's blocking the king.
Yeah. But he just doesn't have boats to represent, right?
No, Jack 9 is really best, and he likely would have raised that on the flop.
Yeah. He could have deuces for sure, but
I don't know, we thought it was a great idea.
yeah.
I was like,
it would be sick. Josh doesn't really have
Quit
enough.
talking about food
but it
until I
would be
get
sick.
food.
hey,
He's
I'm
really
a crusher.
thinking about it. Is he gonna fold? This is a pretty sick fold.
Nice
Wow,
fold,
that's a
Jaywin.
really good fold, man.
Good fold.
Wow, how did he fold
I was
that?
gonna say that
And that's why he's the end boss.
Thank you.
the one thing I've learned about this,
I'll be looking forward to
That's
see.
crazy. That's crazy. Because he still beats parts of like just like as Josh, I think Josh has some value bets that Jalen beats. A crazy spot for Jalen to find a fold. Like Josh might value bet ace jack
I
there.
couldn't put you on a boat.
Lifetime.
He just said he couldn't put you on a boat.
So when I make my nut hands, just go ahead and raise.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I think he was thinking about a raise there. I think if Josh had more behind, he might have been more enticed to do it.
Yeah.
But he only.
Like Josh doesn't have. Well, Josh has boats for sure, but Jalen has like almost none, right? Like,
Yeah.
I guess king
I
nine.
haven't had Mediterranean.
You're definitely getting pretty huge.
Isn't it bump?
Yeah, king nine.
It will be when the dealer comes in. I'm getting swapped out in a second. 1 fold, 2
Probably about to
fold,
get her
3
well-deserved
fold.
break. Sounds like.
Mike's trying to kick me out. Chris is trying to keep me here. 4 folds. 5
So we get a limp from the
folds.
Jack 9 of hearts in the cutoff.
Fold.
It's going to
8
proceed
folds.
to a series of limps from
Everything.
pretty much any two
Five
cards.
Come back or are we getting
And
another
we're
guy?
playing bingo.
You're getting another guy for 2 hours.
Okay.
I am going home. 7 check. 8
Pretty good flop
check,
for,
9 check.
Yeah.
Everyone,
Done my
except for
duty.
Mike B with the
5
5-2.
5 deuce is like, okay.
But he still has 2% here, so
6 bet.
runner trips.
ideal gambler going to lead out with a gutter to a disguised higher straight. That's always a good feeling.
Those are the ones that you just dream of thinking, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
You're just like, this is so good.
You can just like bet ridiculous amounts and
Right,
hope that
it's
your
like-
opponent has a 10
Yeah.
or has a jack.
4 ways.
I'm like, damn, I feel left out.
So we're going to go 4 ways after this limp pot. This is when things always get really interesting.
I wonder what Dylan has. 2 pair maybe?
7
do you think?
check.
I think he would have raised 2 pair.
8
I think he's
check.
got like queen and 7 of hearts,
Yeah, you
maybe.
could have something like that, for sure.
Board's going to pair in the
Alright.
end, so
As far as we know,
J1 is going to take this one down.
Oh my god.
That smells so good, too. Oh my gosh.
No, I don't. I
That's
think
a
this has
change,
changed.
yeah.
We got some hungry players here at the table,
we're talking about
apparently.
food.
Did you eat before the stream?
No.
No?
So I'm gonna eat a late dinner.
I was contemplating if what I should do. I decided to
5 check, 6
have
check.
some Cabo Roberts before this.
Oh, nice.
Ace Queen for
Ace
Tillman.
queen. Okay. Limp to small
Ace
blind.
of diamonds,
You're the
queen
only
of
person
hearts.
that I remember that's up there.
Take it down.
No, I'm in position.
Thank you.
I'm out of it. No, what I'm saying is.
Discussion
I
about
think Jay went
position.
needling him a little bit.
Oh, reviewing the fundamentals of position versus in position versus out of position. Sounds like.
Also, are you a basketball guy? Like the NBA?
Yeah, I do. I am from Boston, so I'm a Celtics fan. So that was a bummer, but it's alright. It seems like they just, to me, I thought they just got tired. Like they played a tough series against the Heat, and Golden State got to rest for like 2 weeks, right before. And
Someone's streaming in their
I mean,
room.
there's nothing, obviously nothing you can do about it. But to me, that seems like a little. I don't know how you make it fair, but it seems like a little unfair. It's like you should win your series faster, I guess, right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're good. I'm sorry. I'll pay more attention.
2 fold, 3 raise to 4.
So we got kings again here. Brack's gonna open him up. Oh no, he's in the straddle. What a life.
Shout out to chat for
9 fold.
the props on the
Justice
commentary.
coming in next hand.
Appreciate it.
The other
Brings
hand.
us back.
I knew I was good. I knew I was
1
good.
raise to 225.
So the dream scenario here is you wake up with a premium in the straddle and you get to act last, and that's what Brax is in currently. He's going to bump it up to 225.
4 fold.
A couple of speculative hands. I don't imagine Ideal Gambler is going to come along here, considering he
He's
folded
like, I like
10-9
it.
earlier.
I like this, and shows
5
it.
fold.
Would really like to see him show it and then just ship it in. It's a,
That's one
a
of my
really-
favorite things.
that's a real gambly play. Right? That's
Um,
gambler approved.
It's one of my favorite things about live poker and playing with people is just the little nuancy things they do. It's like guys will turn their cards over in a decision which they have money behind, And I'm like, well, I imagine you're gonna fold now, because like
Yeah.
I know what you have. So
Yeah. It's always good when.
while we're doing a dealer change, I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Snapped it off with my ace nine suited. I think I'm ahead of you in
JTMNY says they need a star point guard with Tatum, and my response to that is they have Derek White, so I'm not really sure what you're talking about. That's a joke, but yeah, it would be nice.
What the hell? Why can't I?
They need some help with him for working for sure.
Alright, Justin. You here for the next 2 hours?
2 hours. Let's do it.
Let's do it. You gotta pay attention.
I feel like they just needed Time Lord to be healthy. He's so good, and he changed the game so much. His plus minus was so ridiculous, but he just couldn't play that much. 'Cause he was just, you could tell he was still hurt in that series. So.
But seriously, with Jesse, I think there's something here.
See the guy that you ran out with?
I just run incredibly hard with Jesse. Yeah. Like all of my biggest hands are with Jesse.
Just wait till his wife finds out. What is this about? You and Jesse?
You and Jesse did what? Who's Jesse?
All right,
Are
dealer
y'all hot
change bump
together?
up. We got
What?
Jesse in the box, another great dealer here at TCH Austin.
These are bright. I don't know if I can pick these.
Yeah, these actually feel nice. There we go. We have 9 players. First time I've played check. 1 check, 2 check, 4 check, 5 check. 6 bets 50, 7 fold.
All right, looks like Ideal Gambler has 3 8s. Jwin with top 2 pair.
3 players.
And
Check. 6 bets.
weird spot. So both of them have King 8. Jwin's still winning the top with his 2 pair, I believe. With the gutter to the straight flush. But the 8 of diamonds is on the bottom board, so that's not coming. Jwin continues, or Jwin calls. Interesting.
5
What similar
I
boards?
imagine it's gonna just get checked around.
6 check.
Imagine if Jwin pots against 3. But it's really hard for Jwin here now to decide the pot. I mean, I guess he can. Yeah, it's just so hard to bluff in bomb pots, right? It's like you're just like, like they're just gonna have it so much, right? Jay gets half with queen, I think, right?
Where's the straight?
Yeah, no straight. So, bless ya. Yeah, really deceptive, right? Where like the king 8 feels like it's a straight, but it's not.
Yeah, you guys are getting quarters.
So Jay Timney here says that all Tatum needs is a Curry point guard. So just the
Yeah, I mean,
greatest-
if the Celtics had Curry,
yeah,
for
just
sure,
the
they'd be
greatest
really good.
shooter
Yeah.
of all time.
No, that would be
and,
good.
you
I
know,
agree.
Top ball.
Now,
handler.
That would be nice. That would be great.
have 8, and if they have like 8 10s, 8 jack, 8 9, queen, I don't think they ever, but they never tripled. If they have 8 queen, 8
Chris
9,
Paul
8
would be a
jack,
cool player for like Tatum and Jalen Brown and them to get to play with. That would be a really cool fit. But I mean, again, like grab like the second best point guard.
Yeah, I think Chris
NBA
Paul
and-
is going to finish out his career.
Yeah,
in-
it's tough to imagine him being dragged anywhere else. But bring back Rondo.
Good start. Looks like we practice.
Ron just can't shoot, man. Like,
Great defender,
yeah.
great leader.
It's tough for him to be your starting point guard, though, right?
60, 100,
Especially now. He got to be old, right?
110 bucks. 50 bucks.
So let's check out some net earnings so far. See, went to showdown. Net earnings. Tillman, our big winner so far. We're starting to see some of those values increase. Only a few losers on tonight's stream, but not too late to turn it around. Howe making a bit of a comeback after that really rough start, so good to see that. And the great thing about this game is it really just takes a few hands.
100%. I mean, it's such a... The gameplay is pretty big for 2-5, right?
Such a
So
swingy
just-
game.
Yeah. And people are not scared to put the money in, so it's all about staying patient, right? Finding good spots and just doing your best to play those spots as well as you can.
For those of you not familiar with the games in Texas, I tend to describe them as at least 1, 2, maybe even 2 stakes higher than those from around the rest of the place. So 1, 2, you know, is generally playing more like a 1, 3, 2, 5, more like a 5, 10, sometimes even bigger, depending on. I mean, you see it here. Average stack size of this game is probably around 2.5-ish, maybe even higher. So, I mean, if you equate that to big blinds, that's a 10-20 game nearly in a lot of places.
Right. Well, it's a weird thing here where like the biggest game that we'll make at TCH is just a 2-5, so it plays basically as big as the players playing once. So you get a wide range of how big the game will play, but most of the time, since it's match a stack, if it's been running for a while, you end up with a pretty deep, like pretty big game, which is a lot of fun.
Michael walking in somebody's front door. Hi, I'm here for the stream.
Oh, y'all are not kidding. Everything.
I don't know what stream you're talking about.
Gary C, I agree with that. Not sure that Rondo is the solution, but I think that's a good point for sure.
It's literally right behind you. So it's just the
Isaiah Thomas. I love Isaiah Thomas.
So we're going to go 5 ways to the flop here after Mike raised up the ace-queen after a few limps.
Don't worry, McDonald's is open for you.
And we see an ace, a couple of clubs out there.
You're loving it.
Edwin going to flop a 5, Tillman going to flop an ace, backdoor clubs. I expect Mike to bet this here, somewhere in the 160, 170 range.
Down 6%.
There's 150. I think especially, you know, multi-way like this, you can really size down. You don't have to go huge.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Tillman going to call the ace, makes a lot of sense. This is one of those hands, though. It's like this is the exact scenario we're talking about, where you go multi-way with not that strong of an ace.
Right, and you're just not having that much fun.
Now suddenly the pot is over $700, and you're sitting with a single pair with a pretty weak kicker. And Mike's gonna go ahead and turn 2 pair here. I'd like to see in the 500 range here. That's exactly what he bet. Or 400.
Snap fold, good fold, yeah. I think it like that's a spot you could probably bet a little smaller, right? Because you're targeting, like you said, you're targeting pretty much just 1 pair holdings, right? And like,
They're not going to call very
yeah,
much.
they're just not going to call that many hands. Like you could probably go like 250, right? Even though it feels sort of weird. Because when you bet that big, you're like almost like polarizing your opponent's range to like big draws and sets, right?
And like you've said before, you're encouraging your opponents to fold hands. that
Yeah,
are
you're
worse than
making it
yours.
again, right? You're making it pretty easy for them to play against you, right? Like that's why I like the. Sometimes you see with like more recreational players, right? They go for like. You'll see a lot of just like pot-sized bets on the flop, and it just makes it really easy for you to play your hand, right? It's just like you don't ever put somebody in like a hard. Like it's easy for them to for you to make your decision when you face like fat sizing, right? For the most part.
So So we got a few limpers, a couple limpers here until Brax says enough of that. I'm going to raise it up with those sevens, and he's going to get a couple of calls from Ace Jack and King Queen.
Pretty good hand.
And he's going to just flop top set. Like it's
Nobody
nothing.
has anything. So.
Earlier we saw him check a flop like this, and he does it again.
Ooh. Ooh, all right. Tough card for Tillman. I imagine now Brax is going to have to start to put money in, and I can't see Tillman folding to one bet. Yep.
I like this check from Tillman. And this 3 of clubs might slow things down here on the river, but
I think you can still go for value as Brax. This is a good bet fold spot probably, right? Targeting Queen X, and then if you get raised, you're almost never good, especially against Tillman, right? Yeah, I like that a lot.
any snap calls.
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah.
King
This is
Queen.
a great play from Brax. Really like that sizing.
And that's an example of what you just talked about, targeting specific holdings that you expect your opponents to have. You know, your hand is extremely strong, but you have to think about what you're most likely to be up against and what is the goal of the bet that you're trying to put out there. Is it to fold them out? Is it to get value from them? Is it to polarize your ranges? And that's really going to dictate, you know, the direction that you go.
Right. I think that if you thought about that before every decision that you made, it would very, very quickly turn you into like a very, very good poker player, right? If we're just always thinking about, or like, what am I trying to accomplish when I do this, right? I think a lot of people just like look at their cards and they're like, oh, I have good cards, put money in the pot, right? Or oh, I have bad cards, let me fold them, right? But there's so much nuance to thinking about like what everybody else has, what exactly you're trying to accomplish, right? And I think that's where you see a lot of mistakes being made, right? Got some premiums here. 9-7 suited is the nuts.
Max again.
Jack 9 suited.
Going to show some aggression. And we're going to go 3 ways here after a 3-bet pot from Brax.
King high rainbow.
So Brax's going to continue here, as I imagine he would do with almost all of his holdings.
Yeah, this is almost like a bet 100 spot.
Yeah. Josh, I expect to get right out of the way here.
And Mike is probably going to see one more.
And he's going to turn a
big
spade.
card.
This is where
Brax, yeah.
you
And like
punish
ace
your
queen.
opponent.
Ace queen is like one of your best bluffing hands on the king high boards, right? You
You're
block
blocking
ace king,
blocking
queen.
ace king, blocking king queen.
And this seems like mandatory.
I'm
like,
thinking 500 or
yeah.
500.
And he's
Going to go a
smaller.
lot smaller. See, this is just inviting your opponent to come along with hands even worse than your king.
Yeah, like 9s through jack. Like if he has 9s through jacks, I can call maybe like an 8-9 or whatever, right? But jack on the river. Let's see if he decides.
He's going to check it.
Ah, just gives out.
I would have liked to seen.
Yeah, when you turn so much equity, right? Like, just a really good card for you to bluff, but again, like we talked about, right? Like with the sizing on the turn, like what are you trying to get to fold? Like you're never folding a king for that sizing, right? Probably never folding like any pair to that sizing.
And he's probably not folding a king to a large sizing on the turn.
Right, but you just allow yourself to, you can get your opponent off of some topper holdings, right? When you go barrel.
And think about when, you know, he didn't turn a spade, he didn't river the spade there, but the times that you do.
Right. And then what if, and for Brax, right? What if you're sitting there with king, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to have bluffs to balance out the hands where you're going to be betting big there, right? And like, actually king isn't a great example, but like what if you have like 8-8 there or something, whatever the sets were. Right, and you want to be able to bet big, right? You need to be able to have bluffs in there and ace queen Spade of spades is probably like your best bluffing hand there, right? All right, we got a whole bunch of hands here. Bunch of middling hands, and then tens, which is pretty good.
Mike makes it 200. Okay, Josh makes it 200.
Josh, pocket tens folded?
Nope.
No.
Mike
Okay,
calls
okay,
the 195. Just cold calls the 3-bet to
Which
200.
invites Jaywin in.
Jaywin could come along with queen 9
Alright.
clubs.
We got a nice little inflated pot with some speculative holdings. King, queen, 6.
Tens.
And aggression here might just work for Josh. So let's
I
see if he
think he's gonna
decides
check
to bet.
this.
I mean, I feel like if you 3-bet a7 off, right? And you see like this board with you have no way to win the hand
Yeah, this
except
is 100%.
barrel. So I feel like it's just like kind of like, all right, I'm just gonna go for it, right? Especially when Mike is holding his cards up in the air like he's gonna fold already, right? Oh.
Oh, he just
Oh,
calls.
he tricks him. He gives him the little, the
Gives him
little
a how
fake,
about
yeah, the
this?
little fake. Pick it up.
And Jaywin, I think, wants to call, but he can't.
Jaywin, yeah, after
the
Mike
Mike
calls.
It's
call.
like a road trip thing for me. Like, oh, it's 4 in the morning. Road
He's
trip.
thinking about
And I'm
something.
not in Texas, so I can't go to Whataburger.
Wow, Jaywin is the end boss, man. I'm telling you.
It's like every other player.
It's like
this is
every you snap
in the
folding,
pocket.
right?
And he's gonna
wow, he's gonna
call.
wait, is he gonna if he raises this would be so sick.
Okay, he calls.
Wow, Jaywin's just has like
And
Jaywin's just different. He has
Josh only
spidey
has
senses, man.
700 behind. And
Oh,
the
it's
king
such a good
pairs.
card for Josh. I wonder if he's gonna ship it. I mean, you got to be a little worried, right? But like,
Okay, it's check.
back,
I
yeah.
think Jaywin's
I mean, I
gonna
know
take this
Walmart's
down.
never going back.
When the king pairs, you're feeling that much better about your queen. Now it's check, check again.
Yeah, when Josh doesn't ship turn.
Kings and tens, queens and kings.
And Josh
Again.
is like,
Jaywin.
Josh is like, you guys both called me on the flop?
That's what I'm saying.
There's 100% collusion going on.
I was talking about collusion.
A 10 was gonna hit, but I asked him to remove it.
There you go, Jaywin.
Didn't want to make it obvious.
It's only 3/10 of that, sorry.
Yeah. In this deck.
Yep.
Too good.
Adam
Oh, there we
Oliver
go.
asked if I've got
Wanna have an
Volker
8-4.
Max on
That's five
Saturday. Volkanovski just doesn't seem
Somebody
to
else has pocket aces, then
show
Jaywin
up
has
slow,
the other two
and
suits
until
to
he
worry
does, I think that I'll continue to ride that boat. But of course, Max is one of the best strikers in the division, and those type of dudes, you never know. It only takes a couple of combinations to put them on the floor. So I would put, if I was a betting man, and I am, I would put my money on Volkanovski, but I'm really looking forward to seeing a couple of really great fighters. It's been a while since we've seen Howe back in the action.
Yeah, How picks up a premium, back in action. Seems like he's had either rags or premiums. No
not a bad
middling
way to play.
hands. Yeah.
He's going to get immediate response right away.
4 ways. Not a great flop for ace king.
Tillman going to flop best here. Top pair. Very good kicker. And Josh again going to lead with the ace middling combination card.
Tillman's never going anywhere.
He's already got his calling chips
Oh,
out
you
there.
called already. And how gonna make the call here too?
How going to call here looking to
He's
spike
got
a
some
king or an
pretty good
ace, but he
odds.
does not want to see a king. A 3. Doesn't change too much. 4-6 gets there. A 9 on the end. Completes the backdoor
Yeah.
flush draw.
I like this bet from Tillman.
I would not hate to see a raise here from Howe.
I think he bets his flush draws on the turn.
But I think he was out of position, so he's checked to Josh.
I think he was in position. How was in position, I think.
So Josh bet the flop,
Yeah.
and then
Oh no, wait.
Yeah,
Button is
Josh
there.
bet the flop, and then it went to the turn. Tillman checked, Howe checked, Josh checked.
Right.
So he did open, and I imagine that he probably bets most spade combinations on the flop. But
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
definitely. I think definitely on the turn when it checks to him, right? Because the flop went
well,
check, bet.
Josh took the aggression on the flop.
Right.
So it would check. Josh had the last act there.
Right. Yeah. The spade, the flush draw came in on the turn, right?
Flush draw came in on the turn. The flush came in on the river.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
What's the action?
But
Tough spot to bluff.
yeah.
Is that Matt B asks, how many hours of play and study do y'all think it takes to get really good at poker? I think really good is relative. Like, how long does it take to become winning? It's a great question. What do you think? I think
So I think the first place to win poker is 1-2, I'd say, depending on where you're at.
just roll in, hop in the 2-5, see how you do.
And it's a little harder to win at 1-2 as
I'm down
or
to do whatever.
some states. So if you're playing in a high-raked game,
Right. That's actually a great
it's going to
point.
be really challenging for you to win, even if you're a really good player at the lowest levels, just because the rake to pot ratio is just going to be
Oh, we might as well
really
play now since
significant.
everybody's already standing.
That's why Texas is actually great, just to see, like, you get to see your true, win rate, right? So you can see how much you're winning without paying the hourly, right? And then, like, obviously the hourly factors in, right? But you can get a really good gauge, right? Where it's harder to estimate, like, how much you're losing in rake, right? Because you don't really want to sit there and keep track of it every hand that you win, right?
If I had to guess at an hourly, hour time spent, I would think my best advice to somebody looking
Little
to
things coming up, some VPIP, and like
grow their game from a poker perspective is one, play a lot of hands.
Yep. There's a lot to be said about just, like, you got to feel for some things, right? Where, like,
Establish a starting point strategy. First thing that I recommend is formulating your pre-flop strategy. It's the easiest to do. The decisions are usually yes or no. Sizing is usually pretty consistent. It's a simple formula you can follow. And when you choose good cards pre-flop, you're going to be putting yourself in a lot easier situations post-flop.
oh yeah, that's a great point from Ragnar. Online versus live is totally different too. Like, the online scene is way harder to be winning in because it gets a lot closer to like how computers would play, right? And it's a lot harder to win,
Yeah, because you can just play so many games,
right?
so many hands. I remember back when I was in college, I used to play like 4 tables of like 10 cent, 20 cent, and just
Yeah.
grinding hands.
Yeah.
You know?
You just see so many.
And when you get familiar with a lot of spots, it's easier to apply them in real life.
Tillman with a monster hand here. Back to the poker, sorry. We got an interesting hand developing.
Yeah, well, it was an extra hour over here because of all the
See river.
morons.
Gets the diamond flush on the river.
There, even more.
Nice, right?
And
For me, I can drive anywhere, just throw in some sports talk radio, like
goes in, lays it down.
I'm with my go-to.
I would
Tillman rakes in another pot.
I would imagine to give a value, though, I would think that you could play
back over there.
500
She's
hours.
here. I think they went to go to like shopping.
I was like, somebody's girl was sitting on.
And I don't know, maybe 400 hours of play, 100 hours of
That'd be
study
her then.
would get you to
She had been sitting
like a winning player at
Wait,
this game.
Oh, nice. She's
'Cause that would be like 10 hours a week of playing and 2 hours of study for a year. I would expect.
talking. I mean, she's a blackjack dealer.
I don't know. That's just a guess.
That
though.
seems right. That seems reasonable. I think anywhere, so like somewhere between that and double that, I think is like I was gonna say 1,000, but that might be too many.
Well, they
I mean, it
usually
really
They
depends.
usually say that like 500 hours of live play is, I think, indicative of what your rate is.
Okay, yeah.
I'd say.
A long game of
I might just be
stand-up.
making that up. Yeah.
Seems right.
Usually doesn't take that long.
No, for me it will be.
Dante says he says 50-50 on playing and
Last time
studying.
it was 3 jack.
That's way,
Yeah,
that's way too much.
I mean, that's a great point from Dante though. It's like it depends like how committed you are when you start, right? If you're really willing to get in there and just like grind the studying, like you could get, you could become winning quicker. But it's like if you're doing it for fun, the fun part is playing, not studying, right? So it depends what level, like how seriously you're trying to take it. If it's a fun hobby for you, I'd say just like come in, play 1-2. Like you'll definitely have days when you win. If you just hammer out, like Shane said, just like a baseline strategy, right? And then from that, it just depends like what level you want to take it to, right? Like, do you want to get in and start running simulations on Pio, right? Or do you just want to come in and like be a solid reg, right? Like, it just depends what you want.
Our best time right now, but he's still been playing a couple of hands.
So hand 64 here, we got the 20 on. We are quickly approaching the final hour of our stream. Studying for me is also watching certain streams though.
I think watching streams is a really good way to learn some of the like low to mid stakes player tendencies and stuff, right? Because you just see, you can see from the game that we've had going on right now, there's just a lot of looser play than you'd see in a really high level game pre-flop, right? Where people like are willing to put money in more speculatively, right? And there's less like punishment of that, right? And like as you see the higher level stuff, right? You just see less of that, et cetera, right? And that goes all the way up the ladder of anything you want to talk about, like, you know, low stakes versus high stakes players, right? You see all the tendencies in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see that articulated even here on the TCH stream if you compare some of the playing styles between the 2-5 stream and the 5-10 game.
But like percentage-wise,
A lot of the players that you're seeing on that 5-10 game have well-developed, thorough strategies that they select certain cards to run significant bluffs, or they recognize position values and being able to construct ranges against their opponents.
A really good example of that is, and I've commented on a couple of the 5-10, is like if you watch Slicer play, he's just so well constructed, right? Like everything he does is just like, if you went into a solver, it would be like, okay, this is like kind of what the solver would say, right? And it's just really cool to watch because you're like, yeah, this guy like really has studied a lot, really has spent a lot of time constructing his ranges, really knows what he's doing, right? And everything is so intentional, right? And it's not in the scope of one hand, it's in the scope of like his whole strategy, and everything fits into that. And like that's where you get to be really, really, really good, right? When you develop a strategy that wins over, you know, hundreds and thousands of hours, right? And you just know it's going to be winning. But it's hard to get there. Like Ragnar said, there's so much nuance to it, right?
That's what I got told about. That game
some of it is just like you need to get a gut feeling.
Yeah, Taiwanese is based off of a point. So you're like, okay, it's $5 a point. So you know, a pair is 2 points. Yeah. 3 of a kind is 3 points. So then you throw somebody $15. You know, a full house is 5 points.
15.
And then there's a scoop bonus if you get all 3 boards and stuff.
No pair.
How many hours do you think you've played live?
Well, I've tracked playing live hours since I moved to Austin, which was about a year and a half ago. Actually, I guess it was 2 years ago at this point. But I started playing probably like a year and a half ago pretty regularly. And I think I have like 550, 600 hours.
Yeah,
I
seems
play
like a pretty reasonable amount.
I
for
play like 10 to 12 hours a week.
Yeah.
2 to 3 times a week, anywhere between like 3 and 5 hour sessions, unusual.
Yeah.
I played a bit in college before that, but not really like tracking anything, just kind of for fun with my friends and stuff like
I
that.
think that's a really good way to learn. If you can just find like some friends who want to play, like it's just way more fun too to just have like a little home game where you're like having a couple beers with some friends and just like, you know, splashing around for like an amount of money that doesn't really hurt anybody, right? That's like, yeah, I had a bunch of college friends that I would play with too, and that was a lot of fun.
My friends and I from college that we play together, we still, with somewhat regularity, we get on like little internet hosting poker game sites and run the games together, just like back in the day, and that's always one of the funnest times I have playing to them. So shout out to them if any of them are tuned in today.
Yeah, those are the best. It's
Yeah.
just so fun, right?
So fun.
And like you play stakes, hopefully.
And
that,
I
like,
can think of times of like I've lost like $25 pots to a friend, and I'm just like tilted beyond.
just livid, right? Just so livid.
Like
It just-
tilted beyond anything
yeah.
that I've ever faced inside, 2-5 or anything like that.
Yeah.
So
It's not even, yeah. Those games, it's not even about the money. It's just like you want to beat the friends, right? I can think of definitely a few times where I ran like these just really cool bluffs, right? That like so should work in like these friendly games, and you just get called by like bottom pair because your buddy is like, I don't want to fold. And you're like, God.
So Josh gonna take this one down. Looks like 3 to 4 middling hands here. Cut down to the river.
A little tricky because of the diamond out there. I was like, might not be that good.
Oh yeah, I would say definitely focus on either cash or tournaments because they're so different, right? And I think cash for the more like casual players ends up being more fun. Just because you can leave whenever you want, right? You have like winning sessions more often. There's just less variance.
Yeah, it takes a special type of person to play tournaments.
Really does. You
And
gotta be,
I
yeah.
would say in general the tournament field is probably easier.
It depends what tournaments you play, right?
I don't know. Daily tournaments are pretty,
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
and that's what you start with.
Oh yeah, 100%. But it's just like, do you really want to be sitting there for 7 hours on Wednesday night, right? Making a deep run till like 2 a.m., right? It depends just like where you are, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Jay
All
would
right.
open up here, Queen 10 suited.
How would the King 5 again? Coming along.
Making the
Seems
call.
to really like the King 5 suited.
Josh with the 8s in small blind. And he's going to flop an open ender on a monotone board. All spades.
Clubs.
Or all clubs.
Everybody,
I was
everybody has spades.
Everybody has
Yeah.
spades, yes.
All right. Josh has check mark, I think.
Yes. That's the flush locked up for Josh. I think this just is.
Yeah, it's gonna just go.
Fold, fold.
Jalen, head boss, hasn't made a wrong decision yet.
It's a very good one to have.
Hearing from our counterpart here, looks like we got a bomb pot coming up in 15 minutes. Those are always very excited to look forward to. And we haven't seen too much.
Dante, I remember that hand. You shouldn't ever have two pair there. Made no sense. It was like Jack Deuce or something ridiculous, or Jack 5 or something. Like, I just got owned.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, do it again, Dougie.
Shout out to Poker Monkey, winning the 20,000
Yeah, I
TCH
was like, I
loyalty
don't think
points,
Wow.
up to 155,000. This is the guy I'm talking about that's got just a boatload of TCH loyalty points.
Ragnar says, tournament player here. I recommend focusing on live full ring cash games. Yeah.
Tournament poker.
Yeah,
will
there
make
you go.
question
It will
your sanity for
definitely
sure.
make you a little crazy. I mean, everybody's been there, I'm sure, if you play tournaments, but it's like you're making a deep run, you get coolered, and you're like, get coolered for like 60 bigs, and you're like,
But there is
God.
no feeling like thinking a tournament.
That's true.
I mean,
That's
I
Very
went back to Florida back in March or so, and some buddies and I were looking for something to do, and we ended up deciding to go register for like the local card room tournament, and I ended up making final table and like shopping for first. Like first tournament I played in 2 years. And
That's
it was
awesome.
like
Yeah.
it was like, okay, maybe I should start playing tournaments again. Even a sun run in a cash game doesn't quite feel like a turning deep run.
Oh, Mike is just going to bomb this flop. which-
He wouldn't do it, but
No, that's
So this is what I was talking
Yeah.
about, right? You see some people come in and just bet pot on a flop, right? Where it just makes it really easy for your opponents to play.
He's gonna share the 6 and
Because
fold. He's gonna show the
You don't
kings.
put enough of, like, your opponent doesn't have too many strong hands, right? And so you're not putting their range into a tough spot, right? They just have really easy like way to play. Whereas like if he bets
just want to play
Probably
a hand
more
or two.
standard there is the bet between third and quarter, right? And then you put 6-4 into a position that is not super happy about, right?
Yeah.
Because Josh ends up calling, but it's not a winning play long term, right? You're just putting in money when you shouldn't be. And that's how, like, these subtle ways where we make our opponents make mistakes, right?
And the great thing about the smaller bet size is that you can do it with such higher frequency.
Right, exactly.
So, you know, you're going to bet that same size with a wide range of holdings.
Right. That's the really important thing about understanding like ranges, right? Because like your range versus your opponent's range dictate your deck sizing so much, and like that's a really nuanced thing to understand, right? Because like kings are not kings, right? All kings are not equal, right?
Yeah.
So like it really depends on board texture, right?
You have to think about your kings are also, you know, king queen that you can miss, or you know things along that line. You want to group these hands into a bundle of.
Like how do all the hands I play like this look, right? And then what am I going to do with all of them?
And that's something that I've tried to adopt in my strategy even recently within the last couple of months is really focusing on playing board textures and the way I've played the hand up to this point as opposed to the specific one.
Yep, Dante's right. Yeah, I remember that, Dante. You're really just a sick man. It was such a good board for jacks.
So everybody's got a little bit of a piece here.
But yeah,
Ideal Gamble got the gut shot to the wheel.
I know baseball.
3 of the 5s are accounted for though.
He's going to turn more equity with the diamond draw. Mike's still ahead with 75, and he goes 1/3 pot here. See, this is where I would implore him to utilize some of that larger bet strategy he had earlier. But I think because he doesn't have kings in this scenario, it's just a 10. You know, he's thinking.
They bet 100 again.
Yeah, I like it. Okay. And Ideal Gamble cannot find his gem card.
What were you saying about trying to play?
Yes, basically just thinking about how do I want to play all of my hands as opposed to just the one that I have in front of me, or like how do I want to play based off of what I expect my opponents to have. And I think that that has really allowed for me to navigate later streets especially well. It's really easy to play hands in pre-flop and even on the flop. But when you start to think about what hand combinations you can have based off of the play so far versus what hand combinations can your opponent have, you can really take advantage and win pots when you're behind and get value from pots when you're ahead. And that's going to be critical in terms of like long term of really boosting potential winnings that you might be able to find.
This is 100% right, I think. I would be way below the money line if I played on the street.
So we got a blind on blind violence here. 9s versus ace king. Tellman going to 3-bet it up to 85. And we're going to see another monotone flop. We've seen quite a few of those, especially in the middling cards variety. Tellman is just hating this flop, and Ideal Gambler's not feeling great about it either. I wouldn't be surprised to see. I think this is just a continue. This is where I'm talking about. In the past, this is a spot that I feel like I would likely check back, but I think in a 3-bet strategy where your head's up against your opponent, it's fine to basically bet with almost the entirety of your holdings for a small size on a board like this. Even though your hand ace-king is not that strong, relatively, and you don't have any backdoors, you can just group your hands together in a way that makes it a little bit even easier to play. And I think that there's a chance that a bet, you know, small bet there even might take it down versus the 9s. Or the range of hands that he would have in the small blind. Though the 7-8 jack is not quite ideal. It's still developing.
Yeah, not a great hand for, or not a great flop for either player.
Try to cool the other. Not cool yourself.
8 players. My person,
All right.
my food.
Should we gamble again?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
That's
Let's do it.
awesome.
I'd probably check the front.
Okay, you went first last time, right?
Yeah.
This was the last spin.
I want to play this one. So
Man, this is running bad.
Top
folks. All right, you got
31.
31, so Chan got
69% equity, nice. 92.
92.
The
Oh,
run good
man.
is here.
This is brutal. We're getting
I need it out on the
slaughtered out
table.
here.
All my run good is on the
Is in the
Streamlabs
Streamlabs thing.
random rolls. Nice.
Jen's gonna get himself a nice dinner
Gonna
on
get
me.
myself a nice dinner, yes.
There we go. One more gamble.
Yeah, we got another one in us before the end of the
Let's see
stream.
if we can find some run good.
We're about to reach power hour of the stream. Hopefully we see some juiced up straddles. Looks like we got a little pot here developing. Looking like 270 in the middle. Jaywin just with the Jack 3 off. He's gonna just call the 180 raise from the Queen Jack of Hearts.
Jaywin not afraid to mix it up.
I have to imagine that this could even be a misread by our scanner, but he's gonna make a call with the Jack 3. Looking to turn a 2, he turns a 5. That's a good card for Jaywin. Unfortunately, his opponent is near the top of his range with top pair solid kicker. He's gonna check it back. I like that play. And a third 5 is gonna come on the river here. So Mike B is going nowhere with his second full house. And I think Jaywin just does well to check this and give it up.
I don't have time to build that, man.
I wonder if this is a mystery.
That's what I was thinking. But I could see him peeling the Jack 3 and trying to get a little spicy on,
Yeah, there's
you know, a
just- yeah,
6-2.
yeah.
Okay, this has got to be a mystery.
Misread.
Okay. We're going to assume that Jaywin did
Okay.
not have Jack high there.
Seems like a pretty crazy call. So maybe
That's why, especially here, I always.
Maybe the end boss is losing his touch.
he had Jack.
That's all they usually do anyway.
He might.
They
I
hit
don't
it,
think
they just get
4 bet jacks. Blind versus blind.
It's true. But yeah, like I don't know, maybe ace high.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to try and ask him about that one after the stream. So let's go ahead and take a look at the VPIPs here as we move into our 4th hour of the stream. Josh up there making everyone proud with 53%.
No one's gonna beat Josh in the VPIP game.
And looks like everybody's above 22%, which is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's been a good game.
Jaywin
Everybody
playing
getting in there.
37%, which is getting in there and mixing it up.
Jaywin's not afraid to mix it up on the stream.
No, he's not.
He's definitely not.
And he's going to be rewarded right here with queens in the small blind after
Queens.
an open and a raise from Chris with a low jack. So 3 bets have already been in this pot, and I'm expecting a 4th, somewhere in the range of the
Jay
330.
from the small blind is never.
Yeah, 350.
Just 250.
Oh, okay. So raise to 95, raise to 250. Interesting. I guess he's expecting his opponent to be a little bit weak because he raised it from 40 to 95. And he takes it down. Nice hand, Jaywin.
Easy game.
Easy game.
Easy game. Pick up all that.
You know, you
money.
can't lose if your opponent's fold. So Josh throwing on the 20 here.
There we go.
Always good
Power
for the
hour.
game.
Yeah. This is when things get fun. We see those stacks start to get a little condensed. You get a little less playability, and those pots build up really, really quick.
Yeah, because you're opening to 60 plus. Sometimes we see people bring it down to 50 when the 20 goes on.
Right.
But even 50, you get a couple of callers.
Yeah,
Suddenly it's
yeah.
nearly a $200 pot with
Pretty
the blinds.
Throwing a little 3-bet. So we only have one hand, so.
Which I imagine is,
I wonder if the double straddle is messing.
I think that
With
this
that
is a
back.
misdeal. Because it has Brax's under the gun, but he's in the big blind by my
Hey,
visual.
I want to play. Can I play with y'all? Who's this?
Looks like we got KJ stepping in, if I recognize that voice.
Hey, fuck this guy.
Sorry about that.
Apologize to
Yeah, it looks like we're having a little bit of technical issue right now, so we'll get that sorted out soon for y'all. But in the meantime.
So we're back here, it looks like. Mike is going to go ahead and just call the $20 straddle. Inviting Jaywin to do the same. Brax is going to go ahead and raise up the sixes from the big blind. Also, I'm curious about this for you. So when there's been a couple of limps and you're in a position like the blinds or maybe late position and you look down at a pocket pair, I feel like this is just a take it multi-way and try and set mine type of hand.
Yeah, I'm usually more in that boat versus the rest. I mean, it's got to be really specific, like player. Really specific configuration and player type to be like wanting to put in like a 3-way or something like that, right?
And that's the thing is, like that's one of those hands that you don't mind taking multi-way because it's like you flop a set or you don't.
Yeah, I just think that like especially out of position, like just like yeah, the equities are probably pretty close, but like realizing your equity right with a hand like sixes is so hard, right? Because like if you it's just, there's no really great way to play it when you don't flop a set, right? Where it's like, do you really want to just be guessing when like the board has 3 overs and you're like, well, I hope they don't have any of those when I bet, right? Like, it's just not a fun spot to be in.
So would you say you're more of an advocate for raising it if you're in position? You know, what if you've got 3 limps in front of you, you look down at, you know, sixes or sevens on the button?
Yeah, I think that's a lot better.
So
right?
Just to inflate, you know, get the pot rised up so when you do make your hands and you can also bluff on certain streets and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's tough with a hand like sixes too, right? Because like, I mean, it's like, it seems really like, it seems like it doesn't matter, right? But like you unblock all the high cards, right? So like in the long term, right? If you're going crazy with sixes out of position, right? It's not gonna be so fun because your opponents are like slightly more weighted to having overcard holdings, right? And like when you 3-bet and get called, you now weight their range more into like bigger pairs, which you're doing terribly against, right? And then like overcards, which like you're doing fine against, but like you're not going to get to that many rivers and realize your equity, right?
8-9 clubs.
Well, that's like totally different from like tournaments, right? Where if you have like 10 blinds and you get like sevens, right? You're like, all right, whatever, just ship it, right? Because like the equities are going to run close enough together, right? Which is sort of to the point of like how tournaments and cash games are really different. Someone wakes up with kings.
Always.
Seen a lot of kings tonight.
A lot of kings.
I can only think of 2 instances of aces. First hand.
Yeah, what a first hand.
And I think we had aces versus the ace-3 suited too.
Yep.
Tillman had aces earlier.
Tillman gonna go with the backwards?
Take it down.
Or did he straddle? He might have been in this.
No, he's in the low jack.
Yeah,
so.
I think it was limp and then. Yeah. All right.
I was gonna say, wait a minute, get Chris back here. I need my money back from that previous
There you go. There you go.
Where was it?
All right. Got another bomb pot.
So here's that bomb pot I promised 15 minutes ago.
He had to run down there. Like,
I told you it was coming.
at least you burned it off before you ordered it.
Did you call the driver and be like,
I played a new bomb pot.
Which one?
It's because this
Oklahoma.
happens all the time. It's because
You
this
ever-
whole entire complex
I
shares the
played.
same exact
Remind me how I played Oklahoma. I forget how to.
So you
You
get
have to put in
dealt
the suite
6
number or the
cards,
fact that it has to be.
and of those 6 cards, you
Sorry for the way that I
construct
smell now.
1 holdem
Oh,
hand
right.
and 1 Omaha
so
hand,
you owe 50
and you go to 1 flop, and
No way.
Everybody already
There's
won.
no way
half
I'll
the
play
pot
9
goes
hands
to the
already.
best Omaha hand, and half the pot goes to the best.
Well, when we
Holdem
knew that there
hand.
was going to be
Wait, is
one
that
person still
That was a kind of fun.
This does sound fun.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that
I
was
was
a thing.
struggling a bit with understanding what the best strategy is for making hands.
Do you have to set them before? Or
Yes, you have to set them before.
How do you do that?
So you look at your 6 cards here, and you figure out what 2 you want to be your holdem hand and what 4 you want to be your Omaha hand, and then you go to the flop. So everybody decides, and then the flop happens.
But everyone has like 4 cards.
Yeah,
in
you gotta put a chip on top of your no limit hand.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's a good. I was like, it seems really easy to cheat.
All right, so second nut flush for Mike B on the bottom, or actually
nut
ace
flush.
of spades is out, so he's got the nuts on the bottom. Always nice to see, but it always feels like a 6 is immediately coming on the turn.
Yeah, I guess 4 or 5, but yeah, effective.
top two for Ideal Gamble on the bottom, Gut Shot on the top. We've got top two for Brax. Mike gonna turn the flush draw on the top. He's got to be feeling really good about his hand right
Yeah,
now.
that's a monster hand.
Brax still with just 2 pair, but he is ahead. Ideal Gamble is looking for a jack on the top of the non-spade variety and a 6 or a 7 on the bottom.
Oh.
As I
And
mentioned,
so this is why bomb pots are just brutal, right? So Mike is now sitting there loving his life, and now he's sitting there hating his life.
I think this is just gonna go check.
Gonna check around, yeah, but I mean, just
No opponent here has anything better than a flush on 2 pair of boards. Okay, so Mike is gonna go ahead and bet his flush, and I think this is gonna take it down.
it looks like he got called by Brax. Top 2?
Brax has nothing on the bottom.
Top calls with top 2 and nothing. Wow. I thought he put out chips.
I don't think so. Brax is
Okay.
still to act here. This is going in the muck.
Oh wait, okay. I thought I saw someone put out chips. In
That was Mike. He was in
oh,
C9.
I thought it was Mike L. Yeah, okay. This all makes way more sense.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah, this is going in the muck.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
honestly
this is-
surprised that Brax is taking this long to think about it. I mean, he does block the top 2 full houses on
Yeah,
the
but
top.
that's just
but
like
you just,
so ambitious.
yeah. And the 9 of spades is blocked, so you know.
And nice hand for Mike. Bomb pots are nice. When you get everyone to fold, right?
Way to bet the king high flush on the end there. I don't think that that's something that I would have the strength to do. It always seems like my opponent's going to have a set of 7s there, go fill up in the end, but he got it done.
He had like 6.
Not really good.
Why can't I get rid of it? I feel like this button should let me get rid of it. I don't want to mess with too much. All right, onwards. Queens
Tillman
making
again
another appearance.
with
Tillman
a
just
premium pocket pair. I mean, what a life. He's going to get called by the 10s in the cutoff, as well as the 4s on the button, so he's going to be fading a lot of cards here. Josh is going to come along with the queen 9, so just what you want to see when you have queens. We're going to go 6 ways. TCH heads up is something to say. And we're going to see a 3-4-7 flop, so Howe is going to go ahead and flop the best of it with a set of 4s. Ideal Gambler is going to lead out with his open double gutter.
What a flop.
He's got the ace of spades as some backup plans. Brax is going to go ahead and call the 50. Tillman's going to call the 50, and this is where Howe needs to come in for a significant raise. And he does make it, looks like about 250. I would have liked to see a little bit higher there, especially with 3 callers to the 50. I think that you can even go upwards of 350 range there. There was already, I want to say, $300-ish in the pot when he made his range, or made his raise. So you're only raising 250 into 300. But he
Wow,
takes it.
everybody folded?
Yeah.
Queens folded?
Queen's folded, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, 5 ways.
Yeah.
He's gonna raise. It's
I mean, you have
yeah, it's
spades, pair plus straight, pair plus flush, right? There's a lot of hands that queens are ahead of, but I guess like you're not really. Yeah, 5 ways, like the next street is gonna be tough to play too, right? So it seems on the tighter side, but probably.
And he'd only invested $70 into the pot at that point, you know.
Yeah, it's not crazy to live to fight another day,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
That's the tricky part about those multi-way pots, right? It's just like people are going to be playing such wide ranges that like they're going to connect with, you know, and it's 4 hands you have to compete with, right? So, yeah, I think you're right.
So Josh going to go ahead 3-bet the queen 10 off over the 9-8, and he's going to be rewarded for his aggression. So everybody will
Takes it down.
easy game.
Let's look at some aggression frequencies.
I asked for a fork and spoon too.
There's
Alright,
somewhere right
Brack's
back
leading
by
the way.
the water dispenser.
With
Right
Jalen
next to
at
the
the
big
bottom.
line of cups back there.
Yeah, that is very interesting. How exactly is aggression frequency calculated?
I wonder how they do it.
I would imagine it's
a ratio,
a
between
ratio
like
of money put in
three
versus
flop
money
raise
increased.
something.
So like hands
Oh,
raised versus
interesting.
hands called, maybe.
2 raise 60.
Yeah, let's look at. It used to do it.
Anybody in the chat
Yeah.
want to throw it in there?
7 call. 8 fold. Heads up. Heads up.
You were saying what, Jalen, as a pro, 25 hours a week, a solid like play is what you should
So
ideally
looks like we get some misreading here on the board.
Bets plus raises over bets plus raises plus call plus folds.
Bets plus raises. Okay, so that's taking lead in the pot versus putting more money in over the entirety of your hands.
Over
No,
bets
some
plus
stuff
raises
would not
plus
be
calls plus
conducive to-
folds. What is
That's every
in
option.
that aspect. Might be conducive, post-hurricane.
So Tillman with just a 4 here, and it looks like the board is reading it wrong because I could see 2 aces on the board when we pan towards it. He's going to check it over to Howe, who has trip aces, who I expect to bet for value. I'm expecting something in the size of 3/4 pot, or there was a I can't tell because the board is wrong, but there was a missed diamond draw. Okay, insta fold from the 4.
In February, they're like, we love it here. He's like, then you have the polar opposite. Your agent, chooses South Florida in the middle of July. Like, I took a shower on Monday and I wasn't dry by Friday.
Yeah.
And he's like, sorry, Monday. Like,
Have to get an ear massage
people in
after.
Florida say, oh, if you don't
Yeah,
like the weather, just wait 5 minutes.
I just switched gears. Good move.
Up there. Like 5 minutes later.
Down forward.
All right, onwards and upwards.
That's very true.
We have approached
been
80 hands here.
Relatively tame stream besides the first hour,
First-
which is not
first
usually
30
how it goes.
minutes
Yeah,
was-
we're crazy,
Action.
and then we've definitely cooled off a little bit. Maybe everybody a little bit shell shocked from the start, but Howe wakes up with the aces.
It's been nice though to see everybody stay throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, this is a good table. It seems like they're having fun. Oh, ace queen, premium.
And just what you like to see when you have aces, you get 3-bet from the small blind. Howe is certainly going to raise here with over 2K between, or over 4K between the two of them. He wants to get as much money in the pot as he can now. Makes it 350. I like that sizing.
Good sizing.
You could even see him go a little bit
You could go
smaller,
smaller,
considering he's in
yeah.
position,
Snap call. All makes sense.
which also feels amazing with the aces. And we're going to see a couple of diamonds on the flop. We were asking for action, and here it is. And he's going to lead out
Leads
for
out.
300.
How is
How
gonna...
you just raise this every time, because the only hand, I mean, if you have pocket tens,
Let's see what happens.
6 bets 500.
Yeah, I think now you just
you
don't
just-
really have
I
any
think you
choice.
just
Like with
rip
the
it in
stack
there.
size, yeah, really.
he's only got 900 behind. You're not going anywhere.
Yep, there you
Yep,
go.
there you
Ship
go.
it. Goodbye, Hal.
I like, and honestly,
that.
I like the call. You give him a chance to continue bluffing.
Twice.
I imagine they're going to run this twice.
Sounds like twice.
We got a 4K pot here. We're going to the river. We're going to run it twice.
Brick.
Diamond on the first. An ideal gambler bricks them
Oh
both.
man,
Jesus Christ,
tough hand. tough hand.
Frustration from ideal gambler. Understandable.
That's a really tough hand for him. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a good flop. There's nothing he can really do. I don't think.
Shout out to Han, though. Starting off the stream about as rough as you possibly can, running into back-to-back coolers.
And just played really solid and then got himself again, right? Like you said, found a good spot and played really well. And
let's check in on the cumulative winnings and see where that most recent pot changes things. So just like that, Howe is back in the green after being at the bottom of the leaderboard to start things. Ideal Gambler has found himself plummeting.
And it looks like
I was just gonna say, I was like,
he's gonna pop right back in.
But if you're gonna defend Ace Queen suited to the 4-bet, and you're gonna flop 2 diamonds, it's just time to let it ride.
That's it, yeah.
That is the exact flop you're looking for.
tip cash, I appreciate that. That'll go to the tip box after. Bring me my film. They're gonna wonder, excuse me, sir, didn't you have a whole lot more green stuff? I don't know what you're talking about, guys.
All right.
Aces
oh, we got aces again.
This is... You don't see this in Ace
Oh, where's
Queen.
Ace Queen suited?
This is,
Wow.
Didn't we just see this hand?
Deja vu. And pretty similar where you get 3-bet with the aces, right? And I think you're gonna.
I'd like to see him make it 350.
There
just
you go.
for
And gonna get snap called.
225 is. You got to go much larger out of position there.
I think, yeah, I agree.
He is a little disappointed because his opponent only made it $80 on the 3-bet as opposed to the 100 previous hand, but
Way less interesting flop here.
We've heard, like,
Kind of
we've
that
worked
small-ish.
the whole time, buddy. I'm like, man, it's just this.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Josh Peel win here. Yep.
yeah.
Like, just a silent assassin over there.
And fortunately for Josh, he's not going to turn much.
Are you local?
And this should go bet probably in the 300 to 350 range. And I expect to see a fold from Josh. Gonna go much bigger than that. 600.
Hopefully not considering poker as a profession.
What do you think about this sizing?
I think it's a little bit big.
Always much better to leave it as
Especially when the board is not such a
Not
favorable
much
for you.
going on in the, yeah.
I mean, it's a
Especially in the 4-bet pot.
It's a 4-bet
just like,
pot, so
I mean, if anybody is gonna have things here that are like that you want to charge, it would be Josh. But like, I think that smaller size is a lot more effective here.
and this is exactly where we go back to our earlier point about what hands are you trying to target with that type of bet.
Right.
And I'm not sure how many exist within Josh's range that's going to call that $600 bet.
That don't have you beat. Right?
Because they're only jamming for like.
Yeah.
Tens is calling for sure.
Yeah,
but
8s, 10s.
yeah, is crushed. Like, and there, again, like there aren't that many combos that beat you, but also like there aren't that many combos that you can get value from, right?
Whereas if you bet on a more reasonable size in the 300 territory, it starts to open up Josh's playability a lot more. You know, he's probably
Right.
going to call with 9s.
Yeah, like the disaster there, right, is that if you somehow get a hand like Queen's the fold there, right? It's kind of a disaster, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like it, but it kind of is, right? But it's like a hand that, you know, basically like the exact hand that you'd want to target for value ends up folding, right? If you're using sizings where that happens, right? It's probably not. There's probably something we should be reconsidering. Not to say that Queens would fold there, right? But we're just
Still on
targeting
live?
really, really narrow.
I have $75, but anyone asks, we're in trouble.
You can only buy 100 dollars, right?
Yeah. Here's your marker, sir. Trust us, it's good. It's good.
All right, let's have a look at the stacks while we have some time between hands. And these big blind numbers that we see are all assuming that the straddle is on, which is pretty crazy. Right? To think that we're this steep, right? But this isn't even how the game is adversary. So again, like when the straddle isn't on, they're almost 1,000 big blinds deep, right?
Which is comical.
Pretty crazy, yeah.
But we got the 20 on here, so don't worry. And Josh is being rewarded, as I mentioned earlier. Sleeping in the straddle right now with an ace-king as he's waiting for it to get to him.
Just
looks like we
licking
got
his
a limp
chops.
vest. And Josh is going to go ahead and bump it up to 145. I don't know how many limpers there are, but I think you could even go bigger, as Mike is going to go ahead and peel. And that's the thing, you know, Mike has 3.6K in front of him. He can call the 125 with fours with the intention of set mining with ease. So that's why
nearly Jay Wynn.
It's Jay and his last
there's not
name.
too much excitement.
Yeah.
Josh only has
Yeah,
9.
Jay
He's going to spike a king.
That's my
Take
government
the
name?
I was like, damn.
Like phone?
Mike is drawing in one available 4.
So you get win from win.
I like a bet of 120 to 150 here.
Not very
Still off a turn, you might go
Pretty
back
well,
doors
yeah.
on quads.
You understand it pretty well.
Back doors on him. Josh might be seeing ghosts here a bit.
English only at the table, sir.
Ran into a tough one earlier against Tillman when Tillman flatted the ace-king.
I think it was the quads of the day. Shout out TCH Austin for the promo, but I think it's fours, right? So you're saying you should stick around to try and hit the quads of the day.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
funny.
What's your last name?
Funny, I actually I hit quads earlier.
Oh, really?
Not a common thing to do.
Which quads?
Sevens.
Fours.
Floppy set of sevens.
I was gonna say,
and,
usually the way poker goes, somebody thoroughly excited.
It's a king 7 deuce board.
Okay.
Out of position. Check.
No,
Check
actually,
call.
I think it was the guy in 2-9.
Half size pot bet. Check. Check the turn. He checked it back and rivered 7. Bet like 3/4 pot for value, and he did call, but
Nice. There you go.
yeah, he gets some value with the quads.
That's always fun. It's always so hard to get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't even know what to bet here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like-
it's-
but you never want to check it, and
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
it's so bad.
Got it back.
Yeah. So we got a raise to 55 from the Queen Jack. Brax has been pretty solidly aggressive when it comes to his pre-flop strategy.
Battle of the Jacks.
Yeah, certainly. I'm gonna take the Jack 10. Oh, we see a Queen,
Ooh.
but Jack
10. Open-ended.
flops an open-ender. One Queen is in the or is in the play.
Everybody has a little something, something.
Josh
Except
asking how
Josh.
he ended up here. Mike with a gutter.
Backdoor flush draw.
And he's leading. Let's see 10 of hearts here. Or,
That would be.
how about 8 of hearts? Another
Oh,
9.
all right.
So Brax
Well, Jack
pretty
10
much
likes
locks
yeah.
his hand up.
Jack 10 hates everything now. King Jack is like, well.
Mike looking for a king and only a king.
Oh,
And
all right.
this is a funny spot for Brax because he has a better full house than the rest of the table. And I think this is somewhere where he can bet kind of large.
Yeah, you can either
Yeah, that's
go
what he's going to do.
really, really polar and
Yeah.
be like, do you guys want to call just to try
And everybody
snap folds? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like
What a dream.
it's a funny spot.
What
yeah,
if you
it's a
dream,
funny.
though, you have a 9 there?
Yeah. Some guy
He
bet
just leads
4x
2x
spot, and you're like, okay, this is good. Right?
You're almost like, can I lose the quad queens here? Like, is he?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a yeah.
So we've lost our straddle as Chris is away from the table. But hopefully it'll resume regular scheduled program here soon.
I mean, you gotta imagine that it will. Oh, no straddle. I guess he can. Oh, he asked.
No straddle, the dealer. Ah, the straddle's
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
So we
there you go.
we
Awesome.
peer pressured him 15 minutes in the past. And
I think he said, "Can I straddle?" Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when he sat down. That's a nice thing about TCH2, right? It's a lot more like a home game, so everyone knows he didn't look at his cards, so there's a lot more leeway. A bunch of pretty good hands here.
Brax with the 9s and the buttons. I love
Oh.
that. Love being in that spot.
Josh is going to
I love this play from
raise.
Josh. Because this is a hand that plays really well against 1, maybe 2 opponents. If you call and you're going up against 5 opponents, suddenly the value of your hand significantly decreases.
For sure.
Queen Jack going to come along. Considering stack size,
It's speculative.
questionable,
Speculative,
but, you know,
but
hey, TikToker here to gamble. And Josh is a great guy to do it with.
that's a board that Queen Jack is going to hate.
And he just
Imagine
rips
just stuffs it.
Just rips it. Way to go, Josh.
Ideal
Take it
Gambler
down.
says, God, I just can't hit anything. Oh, I had ace queen. And Ideal Gambler is like, yeah, that was way good. Way good, man.
You're always ahead, man. I think you're lying.
Oh, no, we're flipping.
All right, onward and upward.
I saw 5.
Got an exposed card on the table. I think that's the first we've seen that tonight. Jay, we're going to open up a suited king again. Obviously, I think in late position, ace 10 suited. Probably good enough for a 3-bet.
Functions pretty well.
But we're going to go 4 ways instead. And the king
J1 flops best.
going to flop best.
I was ready to go with that one after that was played. He called it.
Check it back. Multi-way, top pair.
I actually really like that check.
Yeah, multi-way
That's
top
pretty
pair.
good.
It's like, what are you gonna?
And like you want to have some good, hands in your check range, and that seems like a really good hand to
It's
put
kind of
in.
like when you open like an ace 5 and you flop an ace.
Yeah, that's a really nice hand to put into your
Check that back.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able
Get some
to
action.
call against Chris's
Yo.
4.
J1. Oh, I thought there were 3 down. Huh.
Chris is going to continue, and I think this is probably an easy call for J1 after underrepresenting his hand on the flop. Yep. Nice hand, J1. And that's the value right there of checking back stronger hands on the flop. Is because, and another nice thing is now you can, you protect your checking range.
Right, you just get to be very balanced. Right? That's what J1's really good at, right? Just like a lot of players on that king high board, if they check, they're just going to be very exploitable, right? Yeah, exactly. Right, like if they check as the pre-flop, right, aggressor, then you can just barrel them off of their hand because they're never going to have anything strong. But it shows you the value, right? Exactly, of having some top pairs. J1 is the end boss. He's really good. You don't see him really make too many mistakes. He gets in there, splashes around, but he zigs and zags really nicely, right?
Yeah, and
I'm curious about that Jack 3 hand.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I would be really interested to know if he actually had Jack 3. Because that seems a little bit crazy. But
So Tillman going to open up the ace jack off and be immediately 3-betted by the end boss J1 to ace king.
end boss, dude.
Ace king up, and he's
Yeah,
going to
it's
take it
gonna
down.
be- And that's ace jack off is a hand where you're like, oh, this is pretty good, and then the prospects of playing it out of position in a 3-bet pot go way down. You're like, yeah, no thanks. All right. Jalen with ace king in the straddle. I imagine that he's going to be coming in for another bet here. And that's exactly what's going to happen. And Josh in the cutoff has a pretty nice hand to just see a flop with, so I imagine that's going to go down. And let's see a flop. These two have lots of history with each other. You know, they've played hours and hours with each other. So. And Josh just flops a joint. Wow, what a flop. And for Jalen, that's a really bad flop. For him, Josh is going to have all of those cards. Jalen's not going to have any of them. And expect Jalen to peel one here. And he really, little does he know, he really does not want to see an ace or a king on this turn. Flops the joint. Jack of diamonds should be a pretty good card for Jalen now. I think he just gets to get away now. Interested to see how Josh sizes this. Has pair about like a little more than 1.5, so not hard to get stacks in here, so he doesn't really have to bet that big.
He's going to go big. I agree. That's one of
more
those
to like target like Jalen's like
draws,
yeah,
over
flush
pairs.
draws, over pairs, right? But
This is a spot where the overpair probably just lets it go.
I'm not sure how many overpairs he has here too, because Jalen 3-bet and then checked. So like I'd be interested to know. I mean, like on that might be a flop where he just decides that he's gonna check his entire range, because Josh is gonna have way more of the like net advantage. I feel like Jalen has some flip line, but Josh probably has like 2-3, pocket threes, pocket deuces, 6-3, right? All of that. Yeah, good flip. And that's a spot where you just really don't want to have the ace of hearts, right? And so Jalen has one of his worst combos there and just gets rid of it. It's sort of a tricky spot for Jalen there, because he has to find hands that he wants to continue with there, and it's like there just aren't that many, right? So he has to pick hands to continue with, and that's sort of tough, I think.
200 free flop.
Onward and upward.
Gotta get back somehow. I've been running good against Jalen.
So we are approaching our final half hour of the stream here. You think we're going to hit 100 hits? Probably not. It's gonna be close.
It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
I'd like to run good against somebody. Is there a sign up for that?
We see something big here.
It feels like there's been a lot of just like hands, and then like a few really good ones, but not too much in between.
So Brex is going to open up
suited,
king suited. Also a beautiful hand.
Yeah.
And he's going to take a heads up out of position against Josh's
He's
ace rag. And he's just going to flop the second flush. Well, 7-8 of diamonds, but he's going to check it back. And immediately his hand has continued.
And Josh is gonna take a stab. Can't fault him.
He's going to make a straight on the river. He's going to check it back.
Yeah, that's smart.
Definitely would make a straight on the river.
Okay.
I couldn't remember the six. I knew I had an ace. So like, it might be a diamond. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Looks like we got a lot of nices in the chat.
Looks like the gambling has been going super well for chat, so gotta turn around at some point. Talk to Streamlabs about their algo. All right, pocket deuces is nuts.
Now going to open up the ace 10. I think Josh has resorted to any two strategy, which I'm a fan of. Chris going to raise the A7 of clubs to 100. This is something that I see a lot of strong players do.
Yeah, we're definitely getting into end of the night territory here. Josh's gonna make the call with his deuce four suited. Shout out Pratt. And Josh's gonna flop a gutter. First top pair. So let's get a 3 one time.
Let's get a 3 one time.
I can't imagine Josh ever folds here. Let's see the 3 of hearts.
A 6.
Ooh, okay. Doesn't change much. So Chris now is in an interesting spot. It's like, is this a 3-street hand? Probably not. Right? So he tries to get the 2nd street here and probably goes check on the river.
Luckily he's in position, so he gets to choose what happens.
It's just so much nicer, right? Josh is gonna let it go.
I don't blame him. He's really drawn to 2 or 3 outs. He's happy.
David Pratt is not gonna be happy.
I was like, when he's like, I got the back.
I'm sure there'll be some coaching from Pratt about that hand.
I'm like, I'm trying to remember.
Streamlabs is taking souls in the chat right now. You know what they say, the house always wins.
Those loyalty points might be worth something one day, you never know.
Could be the new cryptocurrency.
Seems to be, yeah.
How waking up with another raisable hand here. Josh with any 2 again. This one of a valuable variety. Mike coming along with the beautiful 10-9 suited.
Just got a cascade of speculation going on.
So we're going to go
Ideal gambler with his
many ways to the
fours.
flop.
A million people are going to see.
Mike does not want to see diamonds. But he does flop the best of it, the 9. Josh with the back door, he's going to go ahead and lead out for just under half the pot. Mike going to call. Jack 5's going to get out of there. I'm going to go ahead and peel one off, which
Ace of spades.
I don't hate.
Seems fine.
He's looking for a king or an ace, and he gets a queen. So Josh going to pick up a gutter, same gutter that Mike is looking for.
Very close. And Mike's gonna take it down.
Nice hand for Mike.
Yeah. And these multi-way hands get so hard to play, right? You're just like, well, anybody can have anything, right?
Yeah.
Just like, do I bluff with ace king? Is ace king good sometimes? Probably not, right? But I don't really feel like bluffing this hand.
Yeah, you could be up against a couple of spade draws, 7-6. Never know, especially out of position.
All right, Josh leading the way with the E-flop raise. Probably a testament to, probably related to those V-pip stats, right? 'Cause he's going to be aggressive, but he's going to play a lot of hands.
I'm always game. It's always up to you guys.
Mike B sitting at the bottom of that V-pip ladder at 20, well over that value line. So it's nice to see everybody getting in there, mixing it up. That's what we're here for.
So we got a straddle to 40 here. Ideal gambler going to go ahead and open it up to $100, sitting on a 680 stack. Josh going to come along with the king deuce, and Chris going to make the call with the king 10. So Josh is hunting
Yeah,
for
we're
a 2.
definitely at the end of the night, the end of the stream, end of stream territory right now.
And Chris is going to flop the best of it. But Ideal Gambler is going to
Sit.
rip his gutter in 2 overs.
And that I can't imagine is ever getting.
He is sitting on 48% equity and showed aggression pre-flop, just a screaming an overpair, and that's what he's going to represent. This is not an easy call for Chris to make.
Yeah, there's too
And he
much. Yeah, too
throws
much
the
in it.
dollar chip in.
Too much in the pot.
Let's see a 9 one time.
Oh no! An Ideal Gambler just cannot. Not his night today.
Ideal Gambler going to brick out.
And it looks like
That might be the conclusion of his evening. If so,
Always cool to see new faces, though.
shout out to Ideal Gambler coming to the stream.
I hope he had fun. Yeah.
Check out his TikTok page.
Stay open live stream.
Give him some
Give him some
engagement.
love.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give him some engagement for coming out to TCH. Hopefully it's not the last time we see him.
Yeah. He seemed like he was having a good time during the game, so hopefully he looks back on it. You know, reflects fondly despite having a tough session. All right, onward and upward. Got the 20 on, which is always fun.
You ready? I mean, I guess the $40 straddle worked out for him.
Yeah.
Jalen gonna go and open up the suited ace.
I would have flipped it.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's gonna run right into the kings. 3-bet incoming. Yep, it's about 225,
I was gonna
250.
Good sizing.
probably calm down, talk.
Jalen could go either way here. I think
Settle your head, but again, it's not
out of position, it's not that
I
fun.
think he could do all three options here. Cutoff versus button.
I think if you 4-bet this, it's 4-betting too much.
You show me ace 10, 15 lots, I'll touch it, or it's a flush draw, right?
Like,
But I also would
you'd rather have wheel ace to have a little more equity, right? But like,
And plus,
it's not,
J1 is
it wouldn't be crazy, right?
and he's
Yeah.
so good post flop that there's really not too much of a need for him to do that. And
Good fault for the kings. To see him go relatively slow. 175 maybe. Goes with 2. See, so like this is a good example, right? So this puts ace 8 into a really annoying spot, right? Because you're like, well, backdoor like 3 to straight, 3 to flush, but like I don't really want to continue here, right? But
yeah, you're
it puts
calling
me
to
into
see the
this like
7 of spades.
tough, like annoying spot, right? With the odds that you like, right? But just forcing people to make mistakes. Jared makes pretty prudent though.
arguably the best in the business. It's perfectly natural.
I think the problem with those like weaker aces too is you just lose to all the good aces too, right? So it's not even like he has to have anything that great. You just like you lose to ace queen, right? And there's no real way out of position to get your opponent to really fold that, right? Without doing something really weird. So it's tough. All right, we got a new player.
I think it's the Ideal Gambler.
Oh, he came back.
He had that jacket on earlier. He is off of the leaderboard now.
All right. Not one to be dissuaded by a couple tough hands, it seems.
We'll see here in a second.
Really dumb caller with a dumb decision. that
Nope,
makes little-
nope.
Really
That's
not him.
I was playing with him earlier.
New player.
He was having a bed run all night, so you just gotta.
He got 375 from me on the bone punch. Yeah, he was up and doing pretty well.
Brack's gonna go open up the king jack suited. Josh is in there with the 4 deuce suited.
Brad would be proud.
Not the game of poker. This is a new page that is fun.
3 is straight flush for Josh. Brack's going a bit small. Makes sense.
Josh is gonna try and peel some equity here, and he
Ooh,
does
what
in
a
the
card.
5.
The difference between a winning poker
And
mindset and a losing
Josh's path.
Oh, he's not gonna be able to get the chance to check raise.
Hey, I lost 10K, but I should have lost.
I
I
think
don't
with-
hate a lead here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think with 4 high, you just have to.
And Josh goes up by F4.
He's like, I was trying to check so I could check raise.
Yeah. I think your opponent's gonna have so little leverage. But Brack's might call it. Like,
Especially when the top pair card
yeah.
or top card pairs.
I was gonna say, it was a pretty solid board for your
She's waking me up anyway. I just had to go to bed early the night
Ace high, you probably just check.
Nice space.
So we got about 15 more minutes left.
Nice space.
Funny man, you know, like he said,
I want to say thanks to everyone that
probably calling you unless you
came out and watched tonight. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. If you could, do us a favor, hit the like and subscribe button so you can tune in to all the action that we put on here at TCH. 4 days a week. As we mentioned, we're going to be changing up the schedule. So, going forward, Mondays will be our 2-5 game. Thursday will be 5-10. This upcoming Monday, 4th of July, is going to be an off day. Hope you guys enjoy some time with your family, friends, get outside.
This is interesting.
And also check out our partner stream up in Dallas on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Wednesdays, I think, is their... Wednesday's the big game, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
25-50?
Yeah.
So if you want to see some relatively high stakes action up in Dallas, always a good game.
How's everyone been doing tonight?
Pretty good.
Good.
All right, we got the $20 shot.
well,
Looks like we got...
yeah.
Is that a
Otherwise,
blind raise to 35? Straddle to
spent like
35.
an hour all of us talking about food, and then everybody had to order food all at the same time because we're all like, my God, stop talking, you're just making me starving.
All right,
Mike's
Mike B
gonna
coming in.
Open up the 7-6
raise.
suited to 110, and
And
how
how snap 3, man.
he's going to call.
Oh, never mind. He just called. All right. Not sure I like that much.
Going to invite
The way the game started, you would have thought it was going to be a bloodbath.
Josh into the pot
Two people stacked in like the
with
first
the
orbit round.
ace brag.
We just,
So he just double blocked to find a pair. And
everybody sort of just whips.
I think this is a board. Oh, I think I would have continued with that specific holding on this board. 7-6.
Okay.
Just a lot of cards that are good for you to continue on,
Yeah.
whether it be a 5,
Like, that would really
8,
suck.
spade, or most high broadway cards.
Right.
He's going to go ahead and check. Oh, okay. Never mind. Excuse me. So it checked to
Yeah.
Josh, who bets it.
6-7's going to choose to continue, and how's going to get out of there with ace king. I would like to see a 3-bet for him, but
Board's going to pair
doesn't
4.
take
I
much.
think Josh
It's a
probably
really bad-
continues here.
It's a really bad card for
with you,
Mike.
Mike. I'm like, where's my extra 4? Get me there.
Yep.
And
I don't think you have to go really big here. I think anything in the 300-ish range
yeah, I think that's right.
probably gets the job done.
Yep. Looks
He's
like
getting about 330. He's getting snapped full.
Apple.
I don't know.
Oh my!
I don't know. I guess
Little does he know he was valuable.
So nice hand there for Josh.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
for quads of the day,
Trying to take his opponent to value town.
me and him went all in. I had 3
Couldn't get the call from the 7 high though.
and I caught a 4 on the second board. Just the first one. That's what we thought. I always hope. That was going to be exactly what my suggestion was going to be.
All right. 20 looks like it's just like we're doing around 20s. It
I'm
looks like,
cool
so
with losing like 10 of these as long as I get a 4
it's
on
really
one
good
of
for
them.
the game.
So what was the meal of the day? What would you guys say is the best thing you saw ordered here?
Oh,
Josh's Mediterranean.
From where? What
Seen
restaurant?
some fast play today. People not really,
That does sound
Not too much tanking.
yeah, which is always good for the stream.
Yeah, definitely.
I appreciate people taking their time in tough spots.
Give me one of those.
Yeah, but on the stream,
God,
you're
after
right.
he
It's
ordered
nice.
it, I was like, nice is this chicken and fries are. I'm like, God, give me some.
Oh,
He was eating like
Yeah.
And they both catch a piece. Tillman way out ahead with the top pair of ace.
The
Bet
toughest of
$5.
pairs.
Just leave me the fat on the
Says,
ball.
okay.
Oh, $25.
Okay.
Making my
Makes a
intermittent
lot of
fast,
sense.
right? You're just
Check.
helping me get my caloric intake that I need to survive my next 12 hours. Hey, how come when somebody else has a pair of aces against Jay Wynn,
We got some good table banter going on, it sounds like. People complaining about how
Jaywin never
Jay
gets
Wynn
taken to
wins
Value
every
Town.
hand. Yeah. You know, that would be another good way to go and like study, right? Quote unquote. Like if you just go watch the players who are really good, right? Because you know, like especially in that 5-2 pulls a lot of the more like professional players that play around Austin. And if you just watch like what they do, right, you can really learn a lot. I mean, like we keep joking that Jaywin is the end boss, but he really does play really well. So trying to understand like the reasoning behind all of his decisions would be a really nice way to study.
Agreed. That's one of the things that draws me most to tuning into these streams is getting the chance to watch people that I think are some of the best players in the area battle it out. And especially when there's a really good player commentating as well, and they can break down some of the strategies they're going for.
Right.
It's just
There's a lot of value added, yeah. All right, back to the action.
Gonna go ahead and defend the 6-4 to VIP's 3-bet, as is Chris.
Ace 10 suited.
We've
All
got
right.
540 in the middle here going to the flop, and I see a club as well as a couple of fives. VIP checking there. And Josh gonna turn an open ender.
Chris turns a flush draw. And VIP is just giving up.
Giving up.
Yep, he says, okay, never mind. You guys can do that.
Josh gonna bet half pot here, which I like. He's got a lot of this board. And he also blocks hands like 6-5, 5-4, 6-8. Chris is pondering what he wants to do here. He's not loving his life because, like we talked about earlier, you know, drawing to hands that are vulnerable to being already dead is in play. He's just gonna let it go.
Very tight, but
Yeah.
probably very
Pretty
prudent
tight
fold.
fold, but
Very prudent.
understandable.
Right. And there's the real, there's the
Josh
rare
is going to
chance
show I am the boss of this table, and I just took it down with 6 high.
playing every hand. But there's also like the rare chance there where VIP has 9s and it's just sitting back to Chris. So it's something you have to consider.
When you're in the middle and you have a player behind you,
It's not that
it's just
fun.
like I could just be lighting 275 on fire right now.
I was like, this is right in Josh's wheelhouse, and he could easily have 5-7 right now.
And it is definitely, like somebody at the table just said, right
Yeah,
in
you can hear
Josh's wheelhouse.
you can hear them talking about somebody easily waking up with 5-7.
Right.
And stuck and correct number of beers.
Nice. So we're
Be
definitely
you more hands
Like, from like ace,
here
ace
coming
10
to that
or
middle
right
night.
there, I
Let's
was
see if
like,
we catch anything exciting.
Sicko that could have 7-5 right now. I'm like, I have to fold this, not
I think you were
flush draw.
far off. I mean, I actually like
Yeah.
Josh gonna open up the 5s to 50 over the $20 straddle. Maybe the 5 tendency is what he's looking for here. There's one of them though. Jaywin just threw it away with 7-5 suited. I'm a little surprised he didn't come along there, considering the range that he's played today. But he is out of position, so.
Then of course he gave me the
Jock's
9
gonna
with the club, don't
defend
turn.
his straddle with the Jack-9 suited and whiff completely.
Imagine we're going to see check bet fold.
Josh was a little shorter. I'm just
We got Nostradamus in the booth right now. Making predictions left and right. So do we want to do one last gamble here?
Yeah, we do, definitely. All right, let's do it.
See if you can win a 20 back.
All right, wait, who went first last time?
You went first last time, so.
Okay, there you go. Spin it up.
All right. 23.
All right.
That's got to be
Feeling
beatable.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's got to be beatable. 64.
Let's go. All right.
You win a 20 back.
Win a 20 back,
Yep.
ladies and gentlemen.
I do get to go home $20 richer here.
This is true. Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Get yourself a lot of food from Taco Bell.
Already had some Cabo Bobs today, so hopefully I'll be good. But this will definitely be going in my car for emergency food needs. So.
Do you have a favorite fast food joint?
I think like if you're gonna put Chick-fil-A in there, I think that's pretty top tier. I really have a soft spot for Wendy's.
Really? Okay, there's a dark horse one that
like
nobody
Wendy's,
talks about.
yeah.
What's the go-to from Wendy? Like, do you
4
have a
for
go-to?
$4.
Okay, yeah.
4s go to.
Okay, yeah.
I like a Frosty.
There you go. Can't go wrong with the Frosties.
So it looks like we got a few hands here. The graphics are trying to catch up, but we got Josh with the pretty 6-5 suited, Hal with the ace-queen, another solid premium for Hal. Chris went ahead and called the 60 with the ace-10. And now we've got a $300 action in the middle here. So there must have been a raise.
Ooh, sounds like
That sounds not good.
some soldiers have fallen onto the ground.
So
chips
Hal
have been
raise it
dropped.
up to 300 here. Josh gonna let go of the 6-5, and as is Chris. So we have reached the 100 hand mark. That's triple digits the action. Shout out to TCH dealers pumping out hands as fast as they can. Really helps out with your ability to maximize that hourly. More hands per hour is even better when you're on a time break. So let's give you guys some stats
net
here
earnings.
as we close out.
So Mike B leading the way with Tillman not far behind. And then a bunch of winners, and then Josh having a rough night so far. But got a few hands to turn it around and see if he can manage.
And he's waking up with 9s here. This
Or
might
sevens.
in the +2. It looks
Let's
like
see a set over set hand. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Oh, one of the
I
guys is
slow
dead.
motion, but had no way of like, I was like,
we're gonna get a raise from
Ooh.
Mike B with the 8s. So we've got 7s, 8s, and 9s all in play here. You think we're gonna flop a set?
Let's flop two.
And Josh gonna just call.
I think that makes sense.
And they all hate
And
this
everybody,
flop.
it's funny that everybody feels the exact same emotions there, right? They're just like, oh, dang. Josh with the best of it though, and I don't know that. Oh, Josh's gonna take a stab, and this is almost definitely gonna get through. I mean, this would be some sick value. Wow, he's gonna find some absolutely sick value here.
Oh, a 7 on the turn. Oh, the 7's
Yeah, the
folded.
seven's just folded.
Oh, I thought
Ugh.
Mike had the
The
7.
seven sitting there like, God, I hate this hand so much. Imagine it just goes check. I see no reason for Mike to turn his hand into a bluff, and he's gonna get pipped.
Josh announces King's good, but he will
Woohoo.
be happy when his 9s
Yeah.
are the victor. So nice hand there from Josh. Way to get some value on the turn or on the flop.
Sick value man.
An area that most people would be happy to snap check back. Sometimes you gotta just
Right up till that turn.
go down that
Yeah,
range chart and
right.
think about what are we looking for. And good thing he bet because that 7 would have
Yeah,
been in there.
that would have been gross.
He would have been feeling real good. So we've got a few hands left here.
Say last time.
No, he said live 10.
Live 10, live 20.
All right, got
Did
the
you guys
20
want
on.
to do a bomb pocket the last time?
Josh wakes up with 8s. Josh is finding some hands these last.
Just in a few minutes.
Tillman missed his ace-king. He's away from the table. That's always tough.
That is tough. Tough when you can see it too.
75 open from Jaywin with the ace-9 off. This is a hand
Call.
that I struggle to play.
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong to just fold.
Glad I started the round with 40 straddle.
And he's just going to flop 2
It
pair.
started and ended with me.
That's why he knows to open.
Michael got the 35.
Oh, he's in
I got the 20.
Yeah, I guess in the cutoff. he's
Michael did the 35.
Josh going to peel one time here. Can we find a 7 or an 8? Let's make things interesting. A 5.
Ooh.
So we do
All right.
pick up a gutter for Josh. Still behind J-Win of 2 pair. And this is, I think, an example of that sizing conversation we had earlier, where J-Win sized down a bit, and that's because he's targeting hands that would want to come along, like a pair like a straight draw or pocket eights, like Josh has. And I think that just goes to show a really good player's ability to think about what range of hands his opponent likely has, and how he can target that range specifically to what he wants to accomplish.
Right. Ooh, good big.
And I would imagine with that final bet, he decided to...
The hands he's targeting on the turn are going to fold now, so like almost any sizing, right? So I think he's now targeting like the
ace,
the 2 pair combos, right, that he has. Like he can run into king 9 there sometimes. Right. He could have 5-6, stuff like that, right? I think that's a pretty well played hand.
Yeah.
Also, when you take that sizing as Jalen, and if for some reason somehow you get raised, it becomes a pretty trivial fold, it seems like. Right? So that all seems good.
A raise would have been really sick from Josh.
Yeah, Jalen is that. What would have been really cool, Josh should ship it and then turn over an 8. Let him tank for a bit and be like, hey, you can pick one.
Tillman's back. He doesn't want to miss out on any other ace-kings in the final couple of hands. Not this time, though. He does have a king that he makes a call with in the low jack. Josh is going to raise up the queen-jack from the big blind and go ahead and face some action from Mike with an inferior queen. And Josh is going to well out-flop him with the jack, and it looks like check immediately to an 8 on the turn. Mike is going to go ahead and call with his gutter.
Really showing his hands at everyone. With a flush draw. Gutter and a flush draw.
Ah, yes, the 8 of clubs. And he's going to get there.
Josh, not as yeah.
Check.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when there's position in play too, right? Where like when Josh checks it to you there, like you have the best hand.
Yeah, I think that
always, right?
Yeah.
So I think you. There's no reason not to, probably, right? Like Josh is never checking better.
Mike only does it when
seems like a good
people next to him are.
Yeah, I was just trying, avoid awkward situations.
I mentioned it earlier. I was like, yeah, you're not the hand.
So we've got 2 more hands for you tonight. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the stream. If you did, please like and subscribe. And we're going to be taking July 4th off, so no stream on Monday, but we'll be back next Thursday with some 5-10 coming at you. We're going to be switching it up a little bit, so the 5-10 game that normally runs on Monday is now going to be on Thursday.
VIP going to raise here to $10. Jaylen's going to call 6-5 of diamonds.
Profit?
No, I saw he's in the...
No, sir.
There was a space in between him.
Oh, somebody's...
Mike missed the straddle. And
Josh is gonna come
Josh says enough of this weakness. I'm going to raise this up with the 3rd worst hand.
I was going to say, you need to have like 2 or fewer outs, and then you're in a prime position. But if you're like, I have 24 outs, yeah, you might as well just get ready to win that over.
I'm surprised this is a fold.
Yeah, I would...
J-Win says, I'm going to play this pot in position.
Yeah, 8's just going to come along. All seems super reasonable.
5 in the window. Gutter for Josh. 8s is not loving this corner, but it goes checks around. And he finds there's a 9 on the turn.
Especially open-ended, right?
No, it's definitely
Let's see if Jalen can do. Ooh, that's a big stab, isn't it?
110 and 2.
Oh, I thought I saw
I appreciate that you trust me, though. Like,
more of the bot chips, but I don't think. You know, this is not a board where Josh is really gonna have that much. Like Jalen has a pretty good hand, but with someone behind, that makes sense. And I can't see the eights. Yeah, right. For sure.
Yep.
Oh, and Josh is
wow.
going to get there.
Played the air played it off.
What do you think of that sizing here? Again,
I think
you're
you should
thinking about what
go.
you're targeting.
Yeah, the thing is, you're not. Yeah.
Good run out for jack queen.
Yeah, that's what I kind of put in my head.
Again, twice in a row.
Brax just doesn't have that many really great hands, right? So, but I think the big sizing makes sense because like he's gonna pitch a lot of the like
And what if he has king 10?
10x hands, right? But-
9 king, same.
yeah, yeah. So you target just like the top, right?
Is anybody
Yeah, that's
leaving?
gonna
Are
fit
y'all
big
still
sizing.
playing, or
It's like,
anybody leaving right away?
do you get significantly more hands to call you for the smaller size? And the answer is no.
Got 2 people leaving?
Agreed. Especially on that specific board.
Right.
Especially when he's weighted to hands mostly like 9s.
Yeah, like he's gonna have a lot of hands exactly like what you have, right? That are like holding on and then hoping it goes check check on the river, right?
So there's a 2-2-5 table.
Or like a different, like a blank on the river, right? Makes a difference. But Josh also just like runs into like some, like he could have kings, right? There's just a lot more hands that in Josh's range to be beaten.
So
All right, last hand of the night.
Going to be a
Looks
$10
like it's
bomb
going
pot
to be a bomb pot.
Set up live stream.
of the 2-board variety. Let's see something juicy here. Maybe a scoop. We haven't seen any 3-way all-ins on the bomb pots.
Nothing crazy so far. They do get crazy. All right.
We have to play exactly
So not much for Chris. He's got a gutter on the bottom.
6 check, 7 check, 8 check, 9 check.
Trip 3s for VIP. That's not a good hand. He's going to check around. So Broadway comes in on the top. The flush draw comes
Someone
in on the
has
bottom.
queen high hearts, I saw.
10 high hearts for Mike
Oh,
L.
Tillman has a.
King of hearts for Tillman. Queen high hearts for Brax. He's going to go ahead and bet.
Howe has a nut straight on top.
Got 2 pair for Josh, as well as
A lot of stuff going on, as you can see in these hands. It gets pretty crazy, but
gonna let it go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Brax pretty much has the bottom locked up. And right now, Howe has the top. And a bit of nothing really changed.
I imagine this goes back call.
Yeah.
I think there's about to be 2 players leaving.
Both players just perfectly happy with their hands.
I think this is an instance where you just full pot it. Check, check.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. For
And
both of
just
them.
hope your opponent folds.
Yeah, the problem for Howe is he can quarter himself sometimes, right? Which isn't super fun. And then, like, because he doesn't block any of the hearts, right? Seems like.
Yeah, that was more in
And then
reference
Brax.
to Brax. I know he's got the second nut flush out there to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
All right, everyone.
that's going to be a wrap.
That's going to be it. Hopefully everybody enjoyed. Happy 4th of July weekend to everybody. Enjoy your families, plans, whatever it may be, and we'll see you next week.
Whatever people want to do is fine.
Return that one off too, or you need all of them?
Dude, he would like that one up as well.
Or this one?
That one.
Yeah, the better ones you came right
You guys are